So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking big. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors on your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors on your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors on your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors on your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors on your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair. Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair. Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair. Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair. Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair. Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united.
نائب رئيس ناميبيا، الرئيس الأسبق لنيجيريا، الرئيس الأسبق للنيجر، الوزير الأول لفيدرالية سانت كيتس ونيفيس، الوزير الأول لبوروندي، نائب رئيس مفوضية الاتحاد الإفريقي، رئيس الأفريكسمبانك، الأمين العام لمنطقة التجارة الحرة الإفريقية، بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله تعالى.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, and may His prayers be upon His prophets and His companions. On this Thursday, the 4th of September 2025, Algeria is hosting the 4th edition of the IATF, and the opening ceremony of the IATF will start with the anthem of Algeria, and then it will be followed by the AU anthem. Thank you.
النشيد الاتحادي الإفريقي
The African Union anthem.
شكرا.
Thank you. Excellencies, dear guests, the ITF, a leading platform in Africa to reinforce trade and investment and economic integrity. It reinforces cooperation and reinforces the objectives of the African Free Zone. I call upon His Excellency, Mr. Obasanjo, the former president of Nigeria, and the president, the chairman of the ITF.
Your Excellency, the President of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, Minister of National Defense and Commander-in-Chief of the People's National Army, I am here in my capacity as the chairman Advisory Council for the Intra-African Trade Fair. Heads of state and government and their representatives from Africa and the Caribbean. His Excellency Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of Board of Directors of Afreximbank. Her Excellency Ambassador Selma Malika Adadi, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission. His Excellency Wankele Mene, Secretary General of Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. Executives from Afreximbank, captains of the industry, our dear sponsors who make this event possible, Advisory Council members and my colleagues, partners, exhibitors, delegates, and visitors, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all, and it is my joy and singular honor to welcome you to this premier trade and investment event in the calendar of Africa, the 4th edition of the Intra-African Trade Fair, IATF 2025, being hosted in this historic and beautiful city of Algiers from today, the 4th, to the 10th of September 2025. Permit me to express my profound gratitude to His Excellency, the President of the Republic, People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, President Tebboune, together with his government, for graciously working hand in hand with Afreximbank, African Union Commission, and Africa Free Trade, Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat on successfully convening the 4th edition of the Intra-African Trade Fair. Mr. President, we commend you for your leadership and vision in driving trade development of the economy, such as energy, healthcare, industrialization, agribusiness, technology, and innovation. Your Excellencies, the Intra-African Trade Fair has emerged as the most important trade and investment gathering on the continent. Area. Over the past editions,
Au fil des éditions passées, couvrant plus de 8 années,
IATF has demonstrated the power to connect buyers, sellers, investors, innovators, and government from every corner of Africa, and now from every corner of global Africa. IATF has become the engine accelerating trade expansion and investment flows throughout our world. The previous 3 editions generated combined trade and investment deals of more than $120 billion. Mr. President, when I met you in July, you wished and promised to work to make this edition of IATF to be the biggest and the most successful. I assured you that we in the Advisory Council, the Afreximbank, the AU, and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat will work solidly with you and your government, with 48 African countries participating in exhibitions, the largest so far since IATF began in 2018, we have achieved one significant measure of the best. This is possible because we work together with you and your able and performing ministers, commissioners, and the entire team of Algerian workers. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to highlight some other measures of success stories that demonstrate the transformational nature of IATF generally and the fourth edition, and which the fourth edition will surpass. It was at the 2018 Trade Fair in Cairo that the largest intra-African EPC deal in Africa was concluded between Egyptian contractors and the government of Tanzania. The $2.9 billion Julius Nyerere hydropower project is one of Africa's largest energy infrastructure undertaking and was executed solely by African companies through a joint venture between El-Swadi Electric and the Arab contractors. The project is designed to deliver 2,115 megawatts of clean power and generate more than 6,000 gigawatts, securing reliable electricity for over 60 million Tanzanians. We believe we can have deals that will surpass that at this fourth edition of IATF. Your Excellencies, at this juncture, it gives me the utmost pleasure and the most fulfilling part of my role today to mention a hero who dares and delivers beyond measure. He shows audacity of courage, vision, hope, persistence, and performance. He promises solutions for his country, the continent of Africa, global Africa, and he actualizes those promises. Your Excellency, I thank you for accepting to make a presentation on behalf of us to President Orama, the man who started and who continues to drive the IATF. This man has done very well, and we cannot celebrate him enough. President Orama, on behalf of
Président Orama,
Advisory Council and all of us, we appreciate
au nom du Conseil,
Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my welcome remarks and as part of today's opening ceremony, We arrive at a very special moment. The IATF is not just a trade fair. It is a journey across our continent and global Africa, carried forward by nations that share in the vision of intra-African trade and regional integration. Since its inception, the IATF has rotated across our continent, leaving its unique legacy and improving with each host nation. Today, we continue this proud tradition by announcing the country that will host the IATF 2027.
Thanks, Excellency Obasanjo. We ask you please to stay with us on the stage in order to watch a small video. نشكركم فخامة الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we invite you to watch with us a video on the big screen to announce the coming hosting country of the IATF for 2027.
As well as Nigeria will be hosting the next edition of the IATF 2027. I invite kindly to the stage Dr. Jomoki Oduli, Minister of Trade, Investment and Craft in Nigeria. وستتولى استلام عالمي.
And the flag of the reception will be held by His Excellency. Thank you for Dr. Jomoki, the Minister of Industry in the Republic of Nigeria, for receiving the flag of reception.
Kind attention, and I wish you all great enjoyment of this event, and I personally thank you, Mr. President, once again, and thank my colleagues in the Advisory Council, and particularly my able deputy, Mr. Jean-Louis Ekra, the organizers, the sponsors, the exhibitors, the visitors, and once again, the host country, People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. Thank you.
الشكر لكم صاحب.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Mr. Osoba Sanjo, the President of the Council of the African Industry and former President of Nigeria. Thank you so much.
هو معرض
It's the IATF in its fourth edition in Algiers. This fair isn't only for industry and trade, but it's also a living system that regroups different workers in a authentic and rhythmic frame. We hear together the anthem of the IATF.
When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come, let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now.
أدعو
I invite to the stage Excellency Selma Malika, the Vice President of the African Union, to present its word.
Bismillah.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, may his prayers be on his prophet. Mr. President Abdelmajid Tebboune, the President of the Algerian Popular Republic, Excellencies, Heads of States, Excellencies, Vice Presidents, Excellency Urusi Konubasanjo, the President of the IATF, Mr. Sifi Rib, the First Minister, Acting First Minister, Mr. Said Chengriha, the Minister of Defense,
Chief of Staff of the Army.
Excellency, ministers participating and organizers of this event, especially Mr. Ahmed Attaf, Minister of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs and National Community Abroad, Mr. Kamel Razik, the Minister of Foreign Industry, Mr. Tayyip Zitouni, the Minister of Internal Trade, Excellency Dr. Benedict Orama, President of the Afreximbank, Mr. Wamkilo Mini, the General Secretary of the Free Trade Area of Africa, Excellency Minister Arbil Trush, the Commissioner of the 4th edition of the IATF, Excellencies, ambassadors and members of the ambassador body, ladies and gentlemen all over from Africa and the world, entire world, representatives of the media, ladies and gentlemen, with its name and position. It's my honor in the name of the Commission of the African Union to show my gratefulness to His Excellency the President Abdelmajid Tebboune and the Algerian population for this reception that we have witnessed since we've been in this country, that we all find very precious. To participate in this African event The IATF, in its 4th edition, held under the gateway of new opportunities. This event in Algiers, the tour of Africa, is a sign that Algeria, that is welcoming, is always holding the African Union and very excited to its horizons and creating a strong space for cooperation between its countries and populations. Algeria, that has always been a bridge between the peoples of this continent and strengthening its union. This shows the importance of Algeria in the African Union, especially in trade and economy. And I am glad to tell you the welcomes and of the President Mahmoud Ali Youssef in the success of this continental event. I would also like to emphasize on our gratefulness for the organizers of this fair, the Afreximbank and the Free Trade Area, the African one, and everyone who had participated in building this stage, our stage that we want through to share our horizons and opportunities in a way that has benefit on all of our African continent and population. I'd like to now share with you the text of the President of the African Commission in English.
Excellencies, distinguished guests. Since its inception in 2018, the Intra-African Trade Fair has emerged as Africa's premier trade investment marketplace. The numbers are witness to this success. From its first edition in 2018, with just over 1,000 exhibitors and $32 billion in commitments, to Durban in 2021 with $42 billion despite a global pandemic, and Cairo last year surpassing $43 billion, and today Algiers, that is even more promising. Each fair has brought us closer to the aspirations of the African Union Agenda 2063, an integrated, connected, and prosperous Africa. But these are not just deals. They are the very fiber of an integrated and prosperous continent, woven together by inclusive growth, sustainable development, and our shared aspirations for stability. This 4th Intra-African Trade Fair, convened in Algiers under the theme Boosting Intra-African Trade for a Sustainable Future, Innovation, Value Addition, and Green Industrialization, is therefore both timely and strategic. It speaks to the actions Africa must take now to innovate, to add value, and to industrialize so that we no longer remain exporters of unprocessed raw materials, but become architects of the very industries that will power Africa's prosperity. In the shifting global geopolitical and geoeconomic context, this should no longer be a distant aspiration, but an urgent imperative, and it is becoming a reality. The African Union, through the AfCFTA, and in close cooperation with African institutions, notably and particularly the Afreximbank, under the able leadership of its president, Professor Benedict Orama, continues to drive this agenda. This is why the African Union Commission, as a co-convener of this edition, intends to leverage this important and strategic platform to advance the African Continental Free Trade Area, the AU's Agenda 2063, as well as its very successful partnerships with Pan-African institutions, as I said, Afreximbank, to promote trade, investment, value creation, and industrialization across the continent. Through its activities, the African Union Commission will champion flagship initiatives such as the Youth Startup Pavilion and the African Women in Processing Pavilion, while also spearheading high-level policy dialogues on trade and industrial development. In addition, the African Union will showcase Agenda 2063 flagship projects and highlight opportunities in digital trade, green industrialization, and inclusive growth. As part of these efforts, the African Union Commission will co-deliver the Youth Startup Program in collaboration with the Algerian Ministry of Startups. Amongst others, the program will feature 63 startups exhibiting innovative solutions, masterclasses on venture capital and investment readiness, a competitive pitching session, panel discussions with industry leaders, and networking opportunities with investors, mentors, and policymakers. Paving the way for the next edition of the 4th African Startups Conference later this year in Algeria, these activities are designed to connect young African entrepreneurs with critical resources and partnerships, creating pathways to scale innovation across borders and contribute to Africa's broader integration and economic transformation agenda. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, boosting intra-African trade is not simply an economic imperative, but of our political resolve and our commitment to reform. Africa contributes just 2.9% to global trade. While intra-African trade still represents a small fraction of the continent's overall trade, it has been steadily increasing. Between 2017 and 2023, intra-African trade expanded by 27%, approaching the $200 billion mark. Most importantly, our internal trade can be a powerful agent for our industrialization. Indeed, unlike our international trade, intra-African trade is mainly driven by manufactured products, while Africa's exports outside the continent are only constituted of 20% of manufactured goods. 45% of trade between African countries comprises goods. Intra-African trade still represents a mere 15% of total African trade. This imbalance is not only the result of an unfair international regime, it is also the result of choices we have made, and therefore choices we have the power to change. Intra-African trade is and should be our point of focus. Africa should be first. We have signed declarations, adopted and launched frameworks, yet too often our actions fall short of our promises. The barriers to our integration are not distant or theoretical. They are systemic. Restrictions that make trading with a neighbor more costly than trading abroad. Infrastructure that fragments our continent and makes it easier to send goods overseas than across our own borders. And financial systems that do not connect, leaving African businesses unable to settle payments at home as easily they do with partners far away. We also need to connect our ambitions with actions. We speak of industrialization, but our ambition will remain words on a page unless African industries have access to power, roads, logistics, and digital connectivity. We speak of empowering women and youth, but unless capital, credit, and markets are accessible to them, empowerment will remain a promise unfulfilled. We speak of integration, but unless our institutions harmonize regulations, standards, and payment systems, integration will remain a statement rather than a reality. We speak of changing the international trade rules to create space for our industrial policy. but we do not invest enough in our negotiating capacity to secure such interests. Therefore, our task is to turn political will into real change, to rewrite our rules of trade so that they serve Africans first, to build infrastructure and to connect African economies before connecting us to the world, to mobilize our financial systems, to design policies that place women and youth at the center, not at the margins, of Africa's transformation, and to support the private sector and entrepreneurship as a dynamic force for our economies to prosper and our intra-African market to expand. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have been frank about our challenges, not to discourage us, but to strengthen our resolve. For if we have achieved so much with bridges still under construction, imagine what we will accomplish when those bridges are complete. Allow me, however, to acknowledge that the remarkable dynamism that exists across the continent and which needs harnessing. In 2023, intra-African investment stocks reached approximately $76 billion, a significant rise from just 19 billion in 2010. The role of our own private sector, from small-scale trades to large conglomerates, has been pivotal in broadening trading and investment opportunities within Africa. By harnessing and supporting homegrown dynamics, we can power our own growth. The opportunity is ours to seize. That is the Africa we are working towards, an integrated and prosperous Africa where growth is inclusive and built on dignity and self-reliance. A peaceful Africa where stability allows enterprise to flourish, and a confident Africa that takes its rightful place as a dynamic force in the global arena. An Africa where made in Africa is not only a mark of origin, but a symbol of dignity and pride. Here in Algeria, a country that has long embodied Pan-African solidarity and which rich experience in economic transformation and important ongoing efforts for diversification is an aspiration. We carry that legacy forward by making this fourth Intra-African Trade Fair another milestone in Africa's integration journey. So I leave you with this challenge. Before you depart Algiers, commit to one partnership. Remove one barrier. Simplify one process. Or place your trust in one African product you had not trusted before. We cannot ask the world to believe in made in Africa if we do not believe in it ourselves. As our Algerian brothers and sisters say in their wisdom, اللي ما يثقش في روحه ما يثق فيه الغير.
Doesn't trust in himself.
Will not earn the trust of others. May this fourth Intra-African Trade Fair be remembered not only for deals closed, but also for the unity it strengthens, the pride it rekindles, and the future it brings nearer. Let me end my remarks by congratulating Algeria and its leadership for the remarkable organization of IATF2025 and for the magnificent hospitality. Equally so, I would like to warmly congratulate the Federal Republic of Nigeria for hosting the 5th edition of IATF in Lagos in 2025. End of quote. وهنا تنتهي كلمة معالي رئيس مفوضية الاتحاد الإفريقي.
And here the word of the Commissioner of the AU. I would like to congratulate here in Algiers for the religious day, the birth of the Prophet. Thank you so much for your attention.
الشكر لكم.
Thank you, Excellency Selma Haddadi, the Vice Chairman of AUC, and now we give the word. And so the Chairman of AUC, Mahmoud Youssef, and for his word to face the challenge in working together to make Africa first.
Africa first. لذلكم أدعو.
And so I invite to the stage Excellency Wamkile Mine, the Secretary General of the Free Trade in Africa.
Your Excellency, President Tebboune, President of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, and our gracious host, Your Excellencies, our heads of states that are here, Your Excellencies, Deputy Heads of States, Vice Presidents, Your Excellency, President Obasanjo, the Chairman of the Intra-African Trade Fair Advisory Council, representatives of heads of states, Your Excellency, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Ambassador Haddadi, ably representing the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency, President Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of the Board of Afreximbank, Honorable Ministers, the senior leadership of Afreximbank, leaders of the private sector, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to start by expressing, as a co-convener of the Intra-African Trade Fair, our deep appreciation to Algeria for hosting us for this edition of the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. It is indeed befitting that Algeria, as a country that has a long history of Pan-Africanism, a country that has always been on the vanguard of anti-colonial struggle, it is befitting that we are here today to express our desire for the economic sovereignty of our continent. We therefore appreciate the opportunity to be here. The Intra-African Trade Fair is the AfCFTA marketplace, where business, investors, governments, and innovators convene to transform policy into action. Since its inception, the IATF has enabled our businesses, our economic operators to expand market access, to showcase African products and services, and to attract much-needed investment. Above all, it has become the marketplace where partnerships are built, deals are executed, and regional value chains are further strengthened. The results, of course, speak for themselves since the first edition. In Cairo 2023, the third edition of the IATF attracted nearly 28,000 participants and almost 2,000 exhibitors, generating trade and investment deals worth over $43 billion. Here in Algiers, we commit to surpass that figure, not because we're in competition with one another, but because as Africans, we strive for perfection. These figures highlight our determination to trade with one another. Here in Algiers, we expect more than 35,000 participants, 2,000 exhibitors, and over $44 billion in trade and investment deals. But the true success of the IATF truly is not in the numbers. It is in the jobs that are created, in the innovation that is supported, in the empowerment of our SMEs, in the empowerment of young entrepreneurs, in the creation of opportunities for women-led businesses, and placing at the center of Africa's economic transformation inclusive opportunities. This year's theme, Gateway to New Opportunities, could not be more appropriate. It reflects Algeria's role as a hub for connecting the continent's markets, as well as our collective ambition to make the AfCFTA the driver of Africa's economic transformation, consistent with the mandate of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government of the African Union. The ambition we have has never been more urgent. The current global context, the ever-changing uncertainties in global trade patterns, the weaponization of trade policy, economic nationalism, investment nationalism, all of this directed at the African continent, compels all of us to act with unity, determination, and urgency to build a domestic market leveraging on the AfCFTA. To build resilience and safeguard our collective interests, we must accelerate implementation of the AfCFTA. In practice, this means that our timeline for eliminating intra-Africa barriers to trade and eliminating intra-Africa barriers to investment, that timeline has to be expedited, taking account of the current global context, which appears to be adverse. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the AfCFTA is already delivering under the leadership of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government. Intra-Africa trade rebounded strongly in the year 2024, reaching 220 billion United States dollars, a 12.5 increase from 2023, according to Afreximbank African Trade Report of 2024. This recovery underscores growing confidence in Africa's economic integration model, at the heart of it driven by Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Beyond the headlines, beyond the figures, the data demonstrates a gradual shift in the trade patterns and the trade composition of our continent. Primary commodities, of course, continue to dominate, and this has to change. There is, however, clear growth in the production of manufactured goods such as motor vehicles, food products and agro-processing, chemicals, and electronics. This shift signals the continent's transition from being a producer and an exporter of raw commodity dependency towards a more industrialized economy. This shift will be sustained stronger by further reforms, particularly in the areas of transport, infrastructure, and manufacturing. Indeed, through the adoption of the protocols of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the most recent, which was adopted by our heads of states, is a protocol on digital trade, as well as operating instruments of the AfCFTA, such as rules of origin, the e-certificate of origin, the Pan-African payment and settlement system that has ably been led by Afreximbank with our support, the private sector engagement strategy, the AfCFTA adjustment fund, and soon the transit guarantee scheme are all instruments that position our continent to reach the objective of our founding mothers and fathers of a single integrated market in Africa. The protocol on digital trade in particular opens new avenues for young entrepreneurs, for innovators, for fintechs, and ICT-enabled services, where we harness Africa's digital economy, we have the potential to generate millions of jobs for young Africans who are, of course, on the cutting edge of digital innovation in Africa. We must take urgent and concrete steps to ensure that no country is left behind, no entrepreneur is left behind, no SME is left behind as we roll out the AfCFTA digital economy. As we celebrate this progress, we must, of course, look ahead and confront the challenges that we know we will face along the way. Let me explain and set out a few of these challenges. First, integration is not only about trade rules. It must also be about connectivity. Many of us to arrive in Algiers had to connect outside of the African continent. Connectivity for intra-Africa travel must be improved. In this regard, the single African air transport market implementation becomes a priority. Second, we must ensure that no country and no SME, no entrepreneur is left behind. This requires that we accelerate supporting interventions such as the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund to ensure that all our private sector have the opportunity to benefit from this market of 1.4 billion people. I'm very pleased to note that the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund during the course of the next few days will be launched here in Algiers. Third, we must mobilize our own domestic as a continent, invest in our infrastructure, transport and logistics, and connectivity. Africa's transformation must continue to take account of the climate reality. The AfCFTA is not just about globalization, it has to also be about green trade, industrialization, supporting renewable energy in order for us to tackle the challenge of climate resilience. In this regard, we are most grateful for the leadership of His Excellency President Ruto of Kenya in terms of him being the champion of climate change for the African Union and also the champion of the African Industrialization Initiative. This not only as a platform to showcase our products, our services, our goods, as a call to action to take commitments, to execute business and transactions, to launch ventures, to mobilize investments, and to build stronger regional value chains. Through our collective efforts, we must send a very clear signal to the world that even in the midst of this challenging global economic and trade environment, Africa's market is open for investment. Allow me, Your Excellencies, to conclude by recalling that actually the reason we are convened here today is embedded in May 1963, the founding mothers and fathers of the Organization of African Unity, who directed that there should be an intra-Africa trade fair. However, this reality, this vision has always evaded us until 2018, when we convened the very first IATF. And so in this regard, I want to join President Obasanjo in expressing our gratitude to President Orama for having the fortitude to execute the vision that was expressed in May 1963 of convening an intra-Africa trade fair. So President, we are most grateful for your leadership and for enabling the convening of the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. I wish all of us over the next few days very good deliberations, and I want to once again express our deep gratitude to Algeria for hosting us. I thank you for your attention.
lot of thanks, Your Excellency, Mr. Wamkili Mini, Al-Amin Al-Am.
Secretary General of the AfCFTA. And according to what our fathers who created this AITF, we will be presenting a video clip about the journey of the AITF as an event that has objectives to achieve in Africa.
About the IATF journey from 2000 to here, from Cairo to Algiers.
2018, Cairo, Egypt. A bold vision took flight. From a shared dream of Afreximbank, the African Union, and the AfCFTA Secretariat, Intra-African Trade Fair was born. Not just an event, but a stage for a continent to see itself, trade with itself, and rise together. Its mission was clear: to ignite intra-African trade, to drive investment and accelerate integration. Rooted in the dreams of Africa's founding fathers, it answered their call for trade fairs that power African trade. And so came Cairo 2018. Over 1,000 exhibitors and $32.6 billion in deals. Durban 2021. 1,500 exhibitors and $42 billion in deals. Cairo 2023. Nearly 2,000 exhibitors and $43.8 billion in deals. More than a fair, IATF became a dynamic ecosystem of trade forums, creative economy showcases, B2B and B2G platforms, sector-specific expos, and youth entrepreneurship programs. And with every edition, Africa's voice in global trade grew louder. Such success could not remain a project alone. IATF is now becoming an independent, treaty-based organization, ensuring sustainability, scalability, and deeper alignment with AfCFTA's vision. A development-oriented and commercially viable African institution. After a competitive process, Zimbabwe emerged as the host for IATF's headquarters. With world-class facilities, strong air connectivity, quality accommodation, and pledged land for expansion, it offers the perfect foundation for growth. Now, anchored in Zimbabwe, the IATF enters a new era. A permanent African institution built to drive integration, to spark transformation, and to open doors that never close. Here, Africa won't just trade. Africa will create. Africa will connect. Africa will deliver. Intra-African Trade Fair, gateway to new opportunities. Intra-African Trade Fair, the AfCFTA marketplace.
And mentioning the Afreximbank as an institution that is always in the AITF, we have a project, a hydraulic one in Tanzania, one of the greatest projects, infrastructure projects that the Afreximbank supports. So we will see this through a video.
History made. The biggest ever deal conceived at the Intra-African Trade Fair. The Julius Nyerere hydropower project, the Rufiji Dam, began as a bold idea to overcome Tanzania's power shortages and seasonal flooding. Yet it faced resistance. Global financiers, insurers, contractors turned away. Many doubted it could be done. But at IATF 2018 in Cairo, the narrative changed. The Intra-African Trade Fair demonstrated its full power and purpose as the biggest deal in its history was conceived and consummated. By coordinating partners and arranging over $700 million in guarantees, Afreximbank unlocked the crucial financing that made construction possible. Completed in 2025, the Rufiji Dam is the largest ever intra-African EPC project to be exclusively executed by African institutions, delivering 2,115 megawatts of clean power, over 6,000 gigawatt hours annually to over 60 million people. It brings energy security, industrial potential, safety from devastating floods. The Rufiji Dam is proof of what our continent can achieve for itself. A milestone for Tanzania, a triumph for Africa. This is history made at IATF, the Intra-African Trade Fair.
I invite to the stage the Professor Benedict Orama, the Director General President of the Afreximbank.
Professor Orama, you are welcome.
His Excellency Abdelmajid Tebboune, President of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, Your Excellencies, African and Caribbean heads of state and heads of government, Your Excellencies, representatives of heads of state and governments, Your Excellencies, former heads of state, Your Excellency, President Olusegun Obasanjo, the chairperson of the Intra-African Trade Fair Advisory Council and former president of Nigeria, Your Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, chairperson of the African Union Commission, ably represented today by Her Excellency Ambassador Selma Malika Haddadi, deputy chairperson of the African Union Commission, honorable ministers, governors of central banks, Your Excellency, Mr. Wankele Mene, Secretary General of the AfCFTA Secretariat, Excellency Nados Bekele Thomas, Chief Executive Officer of the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, heads of partner international organizations, Your Excellencies, state governors and regional governors here present, the former president of Afreximbank, Jean-Louis Ekra, senior executive vice president, and senior officials of Afreximbank, members of the Inter-African Trade Fair Advisory Council, my dear wife who is here with me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As we gather in this beautiful city of Algiers to mark yet another significant milestone in our journey towards attaining Africa's economic emancipation through intra-regional trade and investment, we must remember the trials and tribulations that gave us political freedom and paved the way for the new journey we have now embarked on. Algeria, and indeed Algiers, was one of the epicenters of the struggle that helped shape Africa as a free and independent continent. With courage and intellectual erudition, great Algerians such as Ahmed Ben Bella, Labib Ben Mahidi, Panan Mohamed Kida, as well as Pan-Africanists like Frantz Fanon, dedicated their lives to the pursuit and the eventual attainment of Algeria's political freedom. And today, under the leadership of His Excellency Abdelmajid Tebboune, President of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, the country is experiencing an unprecedented economic transformation, the benefits of which are now extending to different parts of Africa, setting the stage for Algeria becoming the proud and worthy host of the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair. It is therefore with immense pleasure that I thank His Excellency President Abdelmajid Tebboune, his able government, and the great people of Algeria for the excellent facilities and arrangements which made it possible for us to look forward to a world-class series of events here this week. Hosting an event of this magnitude and complexity is no mean feat. Gathered here are an estimated 30,000 visitors and buyers, as well as over 2,000 exhibitors from all over the world. The fact that we have all been comfortably accommodated, taken care of, and going about our businesses easily is proof of the massive economic transformation Algeria has seen in recent years. They are also proof to all of us as to what is possible when we take our destiny in our hands. Allow me to also quickly recognize and thank the heads of state and governments from Africa and the Caribbean who have joined us here today. The honor of your presence at this opening ceremony reflects your confidence in and respect for the leadership of Algeria, as well as your strong support and confidence in the work of the bank and its partners, the African Union Commission and AfCFTA Secretariat, in using the trade fair to promote Africa's economic integration. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, since the 1960s, when many African economies began to gain political independence, it has always been understood that political independence without economic empowerment will be nothing but glorified servitude. As we can see from the enthusiasm and the expectations of the thousands of African youth, as well as the business and government representatives gathered here in Algiers to attend this trade fair, the long-anticipated struggle to free Africans all over the world from decades of servitude is now moving from lip service to action. But just like political independence, economic empowerment can only be earned and not granted on a platter of gold. To transform from what Frantz Fanon referred to as the wretched of the earth to owners and controllers of capital will require a courageous, disruptive move. Another epic struggle, similar to those used to gain political independence in the 1960s, but different in important parameters. In 2019, at the annual meetings of Afreximbank shareholders held in Moscow, I described the new struggle this way, and I quote, "A revolution is sweeping across the African continent without bloodshed or conflict. It is peaceful and will fundamentally alter our world, shatter old assumptions, and reshape our lives. It is easy to underestimate, as it is not accompanied by banners or fanfare. The revolutionaries are of a different breed. Instead of being trained in military camps, the freedom fighters for this new battle are being trained in technical schools and universities. Instead of fighting in trenches, this battle will be fought on factory floors and tech incubation centers. Instead of guns, the battle will be fought with ideas, hard work, and investments. While bravery was required for the political struggle, courage is a necessity for the economic liberation struggle. Tech are not armed guerrillas. Ideas are not brute force, will represent the potent forces for victory in this new struggle. And as with the political struggle, Africa needs partners that can support it to prevail. But the partnership we seek goes beyond aid and grants. Africa seeks partnerships founded on mutual respect and trust, as well as win-win economic cooperation and investments, and the pursuit of shared prosperity, unquote. The Intra-African Trade Fair, through its 4 editions since 2018, has proven to be a solid platform for launching winning ideas and initiatives, forging continental and global partnerships, unlocking critical funding, and visualizing unprecedented market opportunities. It's also proven itself to be a formidable platform for the new struggle for economic independence of all Africans, regardless of color, creed, location, gender, or status. The participation of Afreximbank, other African multilateral financial institutions, commercial banks, insurance companies, and other financial institutions remind our people with solid bankable that they too can dream big and expect the dreams to come true and not end in a pipe. It was not that Africa did not have kids as capable as, or even better than, many global giants, such as Bill Gates, Zuckerberg, and Steve Jobs. What we did not have was a capital and cohesive market to give them the audacity to dream. Gradually and surely, that is changing. We are reaching a stage where African kids can also dream, and some green shoots are beginning to emerge, as evident in the few unicorns Africa has bettered in recent years. That is why we are pleased that today, IATF has become the rallying point where the kids from the Kabylie region in the deserts of Algeria, Abu Simbel in the southern tips of Egypt, Kiwa Island in Tanzania, Ngongom in Senegal, and Tabankulu in South Africa, my own small town, Nokwa in Nigeria, and many others in between can expect to bring their ideas, creativity, innovation, and expect not only to be listened to with respect, but actually supported. We believe that we have built a platform and supporting ecosystem where young Africans who may change the way the world lives, reads, interrelates, does business, and manages. The proof is in what we have seen emerge from the platform since 2018. Permit me, Your Excellencies, to cite some examples. When the government of Tanzania decided to develop the Rufiji Dam project to bridge its 6,000 megawatt electricity needs, curb seasonal flooding, and support farmers, international financiers, insurers, and even contractors shunned the project. It was at the IATF in 2018 that Tanzania signed the construction contract with 2 Egyptian contractors, Arab contractors, and SWD Electric to implement a $2.9 billion project. Afreximbank arranged the guarantees and funding, leading a consortium that included the Egyptian and Tanzanian banks. And today, Tanzania can boast of self-sufficiency and even think of exporting power, dream of establishing heavy industries, worry less about loss of lives in Stigler's Gorge due to flooding, etc. The project is today the largest intra-African EPC project financed solely by African financial institutions. Another example, after gaining access to the Intra-African Trade Fair through the Elumelu Foundation, Ndubisi Arinze Eze, Chief Executive Officer of Area Industries Limited, a young Nigerian innovator, was discovered by Singaporean investors at IATF 2018. And today, he designs and produces drones in Singapore, which are revolutionizing farming globally, with sales into Southeast Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and South America. At Intra-African Trade Fair 2021, Comoros Island struck a transformational opportunity to develop and modernize its tourism industry when he signed a deal with El Saudi Group of Egypt to develop the Galawa Hotel project, which is a landmark 5-star resort now under development on the northwest coast of the Comoros Islands, reviving the site of a country's former legendary hotel that was abandoned. Afreximbank arranged the financing for the implementation of that project. At the 2023 IATF, Afreximbank signed a $450 million global credit facility with our RISE integrated industrial platform, a leading developer and operator of industrial parks and special economic zones. The facility, which was disbursed in 2024, is financing the development and the expansion of industrial parks in Malawi, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Democratic Republic of Congo, Sierra Leone, and Chad, while also providing working capital from commodity purchases and trade, creating jobs and bringing more foreign exchange revenues to these countries. At the IATF 2023, Samapeche, a medium-sized enterprise in Mauritania, sealed a $12 million deal that enabled it to build a fish processing factory, expand its storage capacity by 3,000 tons, and add 3 boats to its fleet. As a result, the company increased its export business to African and non-African countries by over 65%. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all these good and encouraging things did not happen by chance. The journey we began in 2017 when we started planning for the inaugural trade fair, which was held in November 2018, was a strategic move drawn from our Afreximbank Intra-African Trade Strategy, launched in 2016. The Herculean task of converting vision to reality, mobilizing African states, thousands of exhibitors, buyers, and sponsors for an event of such a magnitude was only made possible by the strong support Afreximbank received from many. As this is my last opportunity to address this forum as the president of Afreximbank, the bank that initiated the IATF project, I will seek your kind permission to recognize a few people who made a difference. I would like to start with the Afreximbank Board of Directors, who, despite the uncertainty of the outcome, believed in the vision and trusted the bank's management to deliver on their commitments. Special mention must be made of His Excellency President Olusegun Obasanjo Baba, who without hesitation agreed to chair the IATF Advisory Council, and in that role, through his enormous political weight and capital behind it, he absorbed the political spears and arrows for us, and even threw some expertly on behalf of the bank and organizing partners. Thank you, Baba. including the able Vice Chairman and second President of Afreximbank, Mr. Jean-Louis Ekra, provided unparalleled leadership and breadth of institutional insights and support that made the project a collective endeavor. Special thanks to all the members of the IATF Advisory Council, the list of whom I believe are already on the screen there. Our collaborating partners, the African Union Commission, the AfCFTA Secretariat, own this project as much as we do. The platforms they provided gave the initiative the continental legitimacy required for its success. While so many in these organizations worked extraordinarily hard to support, allow me to make special mention of His Excellency Mr. Wankele Mene, Secretary General of the AfCFTA Secretariat, and His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, the immediate past AU Commissioner for Economic Development, Tourism and Trade, who took the project as their own baby and gave it the leadership it needed. Sponsors who supported the project early, some of whom have remained consistent, are the reasons we are able to sustain this initiative and look forward to its future with hope. Major sponsors, including Dangote Industries Limited, Esewidi Electric, Oando Energy, Arise IIP, Titan Trust Bank, Sonangol, Hassam Alam, Atlantic Financial Group, Group Gico Press, Vista Bank Group, ETG, Motor Angel, Oakwood Green, OSP Saudi Arabia, as well as others that are not able to mention but are all featured on our sponsors wall and displayed on the screen, deserve our special thanks. And so do all the countries that have hosted the event, including Egypt, South Africa, and now Algeria, as well as those who make it a point to exhibit at the event. There are also some countries that expressed intent and worked hard to host, but due to one thing or another, could not. We thank them for their support and the lessons learned from the experience, which have helped us to strengthen the initiative. Many thanks to exhibitors, artists, buyers, performers, speakers, journalists, and all those who have made tremendous contributions to the success we are celebrating today. Our appreciation also goes to those who helped us introduce critical verticals, including the Diaspora Day, Africa Automotive Forum, an automotive show, culinary and gastronomy, and sports verticals. We thank you for the ideas you brought, and I hope that the success they have made are good rewards for the suggestions you gave to us. My colleagues in management deserve all the accolades, the senior executives, but especially our Intra-African Trade Group and the very committed Intra-African Trade Fair Organizing Committee, led by the indefatigable Mrs. Kanayo Awani, Executive Vice President, who is the pillar on which this project stands, and will continue to stand. Without her tenacity, hard work, and belief in the change Africa deserves, the vision would have ended up a mere dream. I cannot thank the group enough. I would also like to thank our service providers, read exhibitors, brand communications, Red Flag, and others for putting up fantastic shows, event after event. The firm Pixicona deserves our special appreciation for working with us to deliver the very difficult first edition of the fair in 2018, when nobody was ready to come and work with us. We thank you. As I exit the stage, I'm convinced that you have built a solid platform that can stand the test of time. After 4 events and almost 8 years, it is time to institutionalize the initiative and lessen the burden on Afreximbank and its collaborating partners, the African Union Commission and AfCFTA Secretariat. That is why I'm very pleased that the Advisory Council has approved that Harare, Zimbabwe be the new headquarters of the independent IATF entity. I thank all the countries that bid to host for their effort and also the spirit of sportsmanship that was exhibited throughout the entire process. I congratulate the government of Zimbabwe for putting up a strong bid and hope that they will work assiduously with the Advisory Council to quickly open the IATF as an independent, sustainable organization in Harare. It's also encouraging that the Board of Directors of Afreximbank has approved an initial capitalization of $28 million for the institution and approved that Afreximbank can put up that money. We thank them. While we anticipate that the organization will strive for financial sustainability, I would like to seize this opportunity to call on African governments, corporations, and financial institutions to support this initiative during its early teething stages. And as I'm about to wind up, I would like to invite all of you to the Afreximbank Pavilion. And when you go to the Afreximbank Pavilion, you will discover that the trade fair will give you the market opportunity, but that Afreximbank has also provided all the things you need to make you trade: the payment system, the quality assurance center, transit guarantee, the digital platform that will make it easy for you to convert the deals you strike here into businesses. And finally, let me again thank His Excellency President Tebboune and the Advisory Council led by Baba for the honor given to me today by the gift that was given to me and the praise that I received. I thank you very much for that, and thank all of you for your kind attention.
We thank you, Professor Benedict Olama, the President Director of Afreximbank, for your speech and orientation for the efforts of the Afreximbank. Excellency.
Thank you for what you gave to us. I have to felicitate you for the efforts that the bank is making. In recognition to the Afreximbank efforts, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, let's hear the Afreximbank anthem. فلنستمع إلى نشيد البنك الإفريقي أفريكسيم.
From within the shores of the motherland and far beyond, with dignity we rise and we build a bridge for all. With integrity, respect, trust, excellence, commitment, creativity. We will build for Africa's prosperity. We will build for the now and posterity. As we standing together, we prepare to forever.
أصحاب الفخامة
Excellencies, guests, in all of your names, we invite Mr. Abdelmajid Tebboune, the President of the Republic of Algeria, to his speech for the opening ceremony of the IATF in its 4th edition in Algiers.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, let's invite His Excellency Mr. Abdelmajid Tebboune, the Algerian President, to take part with his speech.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, peace happen, most noble of all prophets, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, head of states and head of governments, the Excellencies, the ministers, ladies and gentlemen, representative of the regional international organizations, and dear guests and dear members of the media family, I'm delighted and it's an honor for me to bid welcome for all of you in Algiers, Algeria, on the occasion of the 4th edition inauguration of the IATF that Algeria is hosting with great honor and great dignity and pride. This edition is taking place in an international, global environment full of sensitivity, a circumstance where events are speeding up in an unprecedented rhythm, and dangers are worsening that jeopardize the deterioration of the international order, the existing one. This organization then has become today is threatened in its essence, in its heart, and the rules on which it is based, the institutions that are based, the political institutions, be it security and even economic ones. The fear and the apprehension and the whole fear and apprehension that Africa becomes our dear continent once again will become one of the most victimized and all these deteriorating situations by knowing the priorities and be silenced. The voice of Africa will be silenced, and to marginalize its role in remaking the international order despite all the resources it has and the capacities and potentialities it has. And starting from that, from this vision, our today's meeting then is not just an economic event, but the crystallizing the general awareness that pushes us to build an integrated continent with full willingness is an active and dynamic and international and regional environment. Our concern today is by excellence economic, and it's the destiny, and it reminds us to ask the question, this essential question: where is Africa today standing in the international economy? And we cannot ignore the fact that we made great feats and acquisitions during the last 2 decades, and among which activating the African Free Trade Zone and the accession and the joining of the African Union to G20 and having partnership ties with the major countries and the international institutions, but the path is still long to adjust, to correct the historic faults that are made, and to get the status that it deserves in the economic scene. I'd like to review some data that I consider, honestly speaking, and that it is of paramount clarity and precision and significance at the same time. The first point in data is that Africa is still absent in the global decision making, as it is marginalized in most the economic and trade institutions and financial international institutions. As an example, that the rate of the African rate, all included, all countries, the rate of 6.5%, 6.5% of the voices in the IMF, and the lowest quota is or rate in these institutions that does not exceed 11% when it comes to the World Bank. Now, concerning the World Trade Organization, despite Africa has got the position of the general manager for the first time in history, that this acquisition and this position that we've got doesn't cover the fact that Africa is limited in its status in decision making within this organization, which is the World Trade Organization. The second data as the quota of Africa in the world trade does not exceed 3%, and it's nothing compared to the resources that constitutes 30% of the world trade, the world natural resources. So, and it has more than 1.5 billion of population, constituting that a market, a consumption market that is a growing one and great. And the quota of Africa in terms of the investment to Africa does not exceed 94 billion USD. This is too low if in terms of comparison. This is the lowest quota in the world. In fact, the direct investment of and the quota it's 6% of the overall of investment. The third data, it is the intra-African trade is still represents only 15%. That is to say, the exchange between the African countries compared to the intra-African, it reaches in Europe 60%. So in Africa, it does not exceed more than 15%, 1.5. Undoubtedly, then this situation cannot deprive our economy of possibilities of growing and providing millions of jobs for the youth. And the fourth data is, and Africa is suffering from a big gap in the infrastructure to transport power and communication and financing. And this is the gap that represents 90 billion USD annually, and it costs Africa an annual drop of 2% of its GDP. These data then should not limit our enthusiasm, our will, but on the opposite, we should be a booster in order to revive our potentials, collective powers, to transform our reality to a success where we can boost and foster development and growth. And Algeria is but an active part in this endeavor, and it has taken care of and has endeavored to contribute this to face the challenge for the present and the coming generations. And the contribution of Algeria then in this endeavor can be represented through different aspects. Among them, just as an example, but not limited to that, first we have the projects, the major structural projects that are continental of orientation that Algeria launched, and such as the Trans-Saharan road that will link between Algeria and many brotherly countries in the Sahel region, and the projects of the gas pipe as well, the Algerian gas pipe, Algeria-Nigeria, that will secure the energy to different countries, many countries, and the project of the optic fiber that will realize the digital sovereignty and will reinforce the innovation in the benefit of the region of the neighboring countries. And all these projects are on the way, are in the pipe. Second, to reinforce the communication means with the neighboring countries, particularly through the launching the railroads that will reach to the borders of the southern bordering countries, the railway that will cross Adrar, reaching Mali, and railroads that will reach Tamanrasset, and will reach Niger, crossing Tamanrasset, obviously. And opening air links with neighboring countries, and a maritime line connecting with different neighboring countries in the western and northern part of Africa. Three, the contribution in providing and the components of and the intra-African by treating 5 free zones in the Sahel and the Arab countries and African countries, and opening branches for the Algerian banks in Africa, and as well inaugurating the trade representative in the Sahel region. So all this, that was just that Algeria, we were lagging behind. Now we are just catching up what we have not done in the past. We cannot say that Algeria, we cannot say when you go to Addis Ababa, you should go through European countries. When if you want to go to Dakar, you have to have a stopover in Africa. This is not Africa, by the way. Then, so So we are catching up the deficiency, and the present government now is trying to catch up and to bridge all these gaps so that we become Africans. And second, we contribute as much as we can to the development of our continent, and particularly this is African continent is the future. And Africa, the continent, is despite all what the potentialities, the mining potential is beautiful. It's young. It's young, and the others are just getting old. We should get politically and economically that what we're doing now is for the youth of Africa.
Alhamdulillah.
And thanks to God, we've seen through the Algerian youth, through the African youth, that this is innovative youth and that knows how to manage things. It doesn't have any hang-up with other continents, and the future is within the youth, our youths, African youths. 3. And the contribution by providing the reinforces of inter-African trade by creating 5 free trade zones. 4th, to optimizing value, optimizing the human resources. For now in September, Algeria is providing every year for Africa 8,000 scholarships for our countries, the youth from Africa. 8,000 scholarships starting in order to join our universities, the seats, the institutes and poles of excellency in mathematics and robotics and the nanotechnology and AI, the artificial intelligence. Despite we have 101 universities, and Algeria is proud of that, by the way, that it contributed to since its independence by training not less than 65,000 the cadres, African cadres and executives that did their studies without any talking, and making any advertising or anything, writing it on the papers, because we believe that we're working in silence. We're activating without just talking, and Algeria as well. It's not very far away, but the of 14 countries, 14 countries, more than with a huge number in billions of dollars, with all modesty, without making any noise, without Algeria. Algeria is African. We are convinced that our future, first of all, is inside Africa. This is our future. Algeria then believes that the success of the African free zone is based on the fact that our capacity to work together to set up an integrated infrastructure network, and we hope that within 5 or 6 years from now, and the Algerian ports, seaports, will receive goods from African countries, that those who are dead, landlocked countries that are landlocked, so it takes only 24 hours to reach. So they can reach them. They can reach from the Algerian seaport any part of the world. Now, Algeria today is after giving its looking down at the African and giving its back to Africa. Now it's heading with strength, with conviction towards Africa. To create the the win-win environment of investment, and we badly need to foster the efforts and mobilize the capacities and having common aspirations in order to transform this free trade to an engine for and a starting point for that Africa will recover its status on the international scene with peace and with hope and with ease. Let's make this 4th edition then as the starting point, a new starting point, a launching pad, and a new era where we pull together, we pull all our resources hand in hand, and we have stable steps towards a strong Africa that is developed, consolidated, will make its food by itself, and will continue to, and will invest, its resources for the benefit of its youth, children, men, women, and will snatch its position with rightness in the word of today and the word of tomorrow, and at the same time as well. And with these few words, probably they come from the heart, but everything comes from the bottom of my heart, by the way. They look sentimental, but in fact they do. We are meditating, we're activating for a genuine African development, Africa. So this is not a lab for testing weapons. Anyone who wants to stop the illegal immigration should help us to develop the African countries and provides job opportunities for the Africans, for the African youth. So we're hoping that things will get better. And so there is the injustice towards the rights of Africans, and with your permission, I will declare the official inauguration of the 4th edition of the IATF, and I call upon you to start the discussion roundtable about the African Free Zone.
We thank you, Mr. the President of the Republic, for your speech on the stage as you announced the openings of this debate session. I invite to the stage Excellency Mohammed Salman, Excellency Mr. Mohammed Wald Sheikh Al-Ghazwani, the President of the Republic of Mauritania, Excellency Qais Said, the President of Tunisia, Excellency Daniel Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique, Excellency President Idris, President of Chad, Mr. The Vice President of Kenya, Ma'am Lucia Kwa, the Vice President of Namibia, Mr. Michael, the First Minister, Mr. Nahatahu, the First Minister of Burundi, And I invite the President Mohammed, the former President of Niger. Mr. President, you have the floor.
السيدات والسادة الحضور نحن
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in
أفريقية
stricken in Algiers in 4th of September to 10th to 20. In the opening of this edition, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Algeria, is welcoming his brothers, head of state and government, to conclude this session, this interactive one. Your Excellencies, this is a table that takes the slogan of making Africa a power and a conjugal effort. The President of Algeria sits here with the ladies and gentlemen, the participants. I will now give the floor to my brother, Mohammed Sheikh Al-Ghazouani, the head of Republican Mauritania. Thank you, Your Excellency the President. I would like to, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to, by my name and by the name of Mauritanian people, His Excellency Abdelmajid Tebboune, the head of the Algerian Democratic State, and his people, I would like to extend my gratitude to this welcoming in this occasion. I would like also to congratulate the African Union and the IOFTC and the Afreximbank for the success of this fourth edition in the exposition of the African free trade. And I would like also to thank the organizer for this roundtable, that it takes subject of for productive power, and that with our conjugal area of trade, and it contributes fiercely to build a new Africa that is more integrated and powerful. When it comes to my country, Mauritania, my country had a new strategy, national one, for the quick development. Has given a framework in its trajectory to a reactive economic, targeting the agenda of 2013 to take down poverty and to intensify industry internal production to 50%. All of this in the framework of integration, economical integration and trade, African trade. This states not only the economical and high quality infrastructure and to enhance rivalry in the industry and to intensify it, and to ensure the efficiency of this strategy. My country has natural resources like a maritime with rich resources and the energetic one, and we are working to develop and to improve its efficiency, and that represents 20% of the PIB and of exportation importation. We are working within new projects that will reinforce which would extend to, besides this, there is project in gold that are progressing and we are benefiting from it. We are in the near future using it in the near future, which open a way to the local production in the energy, the gas project. Mr. Hmayim will give us 2% of natural gas in its first transition phase, and in the second phase the production will reach the double percentage of it before 2029 or before 2030. Besides that, there is a huge possibility, a huge capacity in gas fields. We have a huge percentage of it that I am discussing now in maritime.
Is very high annually. We have we are creating so many opportunities in the frame of agriculture. We are reaching 50% in 2030. So we are willing to diversify these local resources and to gradually transfer to a full production of primary material in Algeria to build a production pillar. And to have this transformation, we started huge fixings, such as having a new rule of mines and green hydrogen, and the new investment rule in the partnership between the private and public sector, and fixing the deals. We will also be using the innovative energies. We must use our energies currently to have 70% in 2030. And since the success of this industry is lied to the technologies, we have put it in the heart of our works to reach it and to produce and to industrialize our materials. And we've done in this frame using our energies with 5 million yearly, and we are also using the partnership with the private sector to create frames that will be centers of these energies. We also have other partnerships that are in our favor. We have 3 other projects, and for the road that will be open, that will be a strategic road for trade and cooperation, and the fast way between Orso will be reached between the bridge of Orso that will emphasize and strengthen the cooperation that will also be seen as a huge link with Algeria through the Sahara. And our goal in this context is to minimize the costs that are 25% of our exported products, that generally, knowing that the strategic partnership need the industrialization of our products and the institutions of financial situations and international corporations, and also to have
States trade. Thank you so much. So we are working together with ECOWAS and the Maghrebian Union in order to facilitate strategies to work, and we aspire to, for Mauritania to reach the transition for trade and economy and industry in Africa. At the end, I would like to reiterate 3 priorities in our strategy for development and progress: to develop the various industry for more chances to work, build partnerships, intra-partnerships, whether it is in the financial technology. We are in Mauritania willing to transform our resources and capacities into beneficial ones for prosperity, for common prosperity, for the benefit of our continent. Thank you very much. Thank you for my brother, His Excellency, the President Mohammed Sheikh Al Ghazwani, the President of the Islamic Republic, National Ones, for his explanation for the horizons and the reiterated strategy. And I would like to wish success for Mauritania Republic. And I would like to give the floor for my brother Mohammed Idris, the head of Thank you. His Excellency, Mr. President, Abdelmajid Tebboune, ladies and gentlemen, Head of State and Government, Their Excellencies, the Ministers, distinguished it's an honor to take the floor here in front of our African community in this fourth edition of Free Trade IATF for the economical integrity in our continent. The President, for your invitation, and I would like also to thank you, and that proves the leadership, the constant leadership in making objectives common and for your Algerian people, population, and moderation. That proves our excellencies, participants, the organization of this fourth edition IATF 2025. It's a real way for integration for African services, and especially in our space with all these partnerships that defines the ways of alliance for entrepreneurs, aspirations and opportunities that will build Africa, future Africa. I would like also to salute the effort consacred by the African Union, the IOFTCE, in this organization under the slogan of a gateway into new opportunities. This theme shows ambitions of our era to build the community through a physical view and a trade and economic one. This zone of this double exchange, it's a good choice for exchange, that we are seeing it as a barrier of exchange for work opportunity, for prosperity and integration as well. Excellency, dear participants, the creation of this zone 2018, it was a new era for the favor of our organisms, where with this opportunity for the new market, for the new developed market, we are given by this an institution, a company at this point, and to share perspective and to access to the new market and to diversify our values, our African values. Together to reach sovereignty of our continent. Foundation members, our collective effort, this will give us integration in the continent through a national and international panel. It is a chance for our countries, for our community, for today's world. And it shows unity and integration. thanks to our strategic position, it is a genuine power in the center of our continent for new opportunities. Within this strategy, efforts, considerable ones, are deployed in my country, mobilized in logistics and transport, the project of interconnection with Sudan, Congo, Nigeria, and Egypt are part of our fusion. It's for the highway, Trans-Saharan highway, for the construction of access in Egypt, passing by Atlantic, South Mediterranean Sea, and the Red Sea. They are in the way of this interconnection and the interior of our country. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our initiative has real sense. Has 3 types: volunteering, political, territorial, production, aligned with stability imperative as founder, central founder. Our collectivity, as I mentioned before, are wallets of production and the exploitation of using this Chadian economy within culture, our Arab earth with details, our ambition for in our earth, earth, engaged in a large process, as I mentioned before. We're reaching our objectives. The new Occidental province, we are in Germania. Our objective is to reunite our markets in the Middle East. I would like also to invite you to work together in order to reach our objective and our partnerships in the domain of Elevage. In another aspect, in a legal environment, a true one, that we can offer today, it's within our ambition in business, the promotion of our partnerships, and to set up this concrete initiatives in order to enhance our institution in favor of with our rivals and within the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the deployed efforts, my country knows difficulties, economical one, in question of exportation of oil, transport, not to modernize in the neighboring harbor. to develop the logistics within energy as well, an interconnection with renewable energies, digital ones, trade platforms, and transforming the through a
orientate the production to the regional market by respecting the norms of quality and the regional chain values in order to transform the local products, meat and sesame and other products, and rather than exporting them as a raw material, and to develop the system, agro-pastoral system integrated with modern infrastructures in order to boost the production and the employment of the youth and the empowerment of women. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the prosperity of our country and the power of our continent on the international scene. It depends on the energy and that will put in order to make efficient the real Africa, and there's only one market, one single market, one single people, and the challenges and the constraints are numerous, and the difficulties related to the access to the financing and the problem of the climate change and the security challenges and threats are all obstacles that we have to face. And with your permission, then, I would like to conclude by launching a call to let's make the African Free Trade Zone as the revival and the rebirth of our African, that will be able to not that gives not exile but prosperity for the youth and prosperity and dignity. And God bless you. God bless Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency the President. Mohamed Bintou, for your speech that is very valuable and for your insights in the horizons of the African development and the development of Chad. We wish you good luck and success, and we are ready to help and to cooperate in any field that you see necessary, because we are neighbors and brothers. Now,
Qais Said, Excellency, the head of state of the Republic of Tunisia.
name of God, most merciful, and I thank God before meeting him and after meeting him, and may his prayers be on his prophet and his people and friends all. Excellency, Mr. the President, and my dear brother Abdelmajid Tebboune, the President of the Algerian Republic, the Popular Algerian Republic and Democratic. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we must say and start this word by thanking and showing my gratitude to my dear brother, the President Abdelmajid Tebboune, for inviting us to participate in the works in the round table under the title of Making Africa a economic power in the free trade zone area and for the reception and hospitality. I must say in these minutes to speak about the numbers and commas and the percentages and the details, because these are things that will be held by the experts in the shadow of the decisions that will be taken and decided on. But to read quickly and briefly of what had already been our history, and then having a vision about the future, and for the lights that we see by the end of the tunnel and we are wishing for in the entire African continent. It's not an addition to remind and to reiterate the role of the African Union in the start of the 60s. It was in that period a dream that we had, that some of the leaders had after their independence, that were occupied, and we created the African Union. However, after creating it, and even by creating it, we witnessed the fractions and the wars, and we saw the theft of the money of the African populations. A new way started in using all the resources of the African continent. We speak about a dream that the Africans once had, the Tunisians once had, Tunisia that gave its name to the African Union. Tunisia that is very proud to be African is the same, was once a victim of bad decisions that didn't only touch the African continent but the entire world. After that, we had the African Union forming. We still have the idea of creating the African Union. And the situation, as you all know, in a number of regions, we are witnessing killing and theft and an absolute absence of the bare minimum of living that is taken by parties that are criminals, in addition to the killing of people and using their organs, trading in people's organs. We are speaking about the intra-African trade in singular. However, we must speak about it in popular words. One of the two, at least, is seen, and the other is rather still in the shadows and still not framed officially. Today, and as of all of you know, this situation, and this has already been mentioned in a few times amongst the present countries, the situation is inhuman. It's really bad we are witnessing crimes, killing, theft, hunger, isolation, trade in human organ. Do you believe that these decisions today are intra-African in the shadow of such situation can be done and be embodied and embody our aims that our people had always wished for, our people who sacrificed themselves, their people, their families, to achieve the independence and to build independent countries with entire sovereignty, who has its own rights over its resources, natural resources. Is our continent does our continent have all of its resources to its own? However, it's a continent that where people die, where youth people die from poverty. They die due to where people die to famine and the starvation, and become members of groups that trade in people's organ. Africa must fix the situation and have an approach that is present, and see the history and its pain, and have a summary to build a better future, which all of our people are wishing for. However, sadly, there is a power that is still present and misses the bad past, and goes through and works in covertly and overtly to stop the glory of the African continent that has all of the life resources. Everybody knows there are crimes and national forces that are trying to fraction and to steal, and all other scenes that we see, crimes, genocides that today is happening while the entire world witnesses, for instance in Palestine, by the Zionist forces. Today, humanity is in need of a human brand new system that is based on new values and on new visions, and puts an end to these wars and fractions in many countries that cannot have control over all of its land. And to have all of its right in having control over its natural resources. However, we see a future. We see a vision. There is a dream that once the generation before us had, and today we still have it, and generations to come will still have this dream. And I am convinced that this dream one day will be real, because this is the humanity path. This is the history path. Today, we are facing a project that has nothing to do with a sector, but with the future of an entire continent, the future of humanity, entire humanity, a a project. It's not only about trade, as we've already said. However, the main structure or the agriculture or the new technologies or in the services sectors. However, it's in an entire project based on a new mindset, on a new concept that we ourselves create. That we create for Africa, for the sake of Africa, and for the sake of the occupied people, and for the populations that had their resources stolen over decades, that still need Africa to be for Africans. We cooperate. Africa needs to belong to Africans. We need to cooperate in order to with others based on our benefits, our profits, and there is no order for these benefits and profits. Such was the situation in so many cases that were legal to a certain extent, that were said to be legal. We cooperate in order to see, so the people who had always been victims see the future. We cooperate once again to take, so the Palestinian people have their rights, and I must mention Palestine in this event. They must have their rights over all of their land, the Palestinian land. And we must together incorporating in the education system. It's not acceptable. It's not. It's in the Middle Ages. So a person from one country does not speak only over the post in a European country. With this determination, with this honest will, and with this new vision, and by seeing the history and the past and taking the summary from it and the lessons we can, it's possible to the history to announce its new future by us, because we have taken decisions and we reaffirm today that we are going forward in this path that we are working through, and it will be the one to be our solution and gate to have our demands. But we will have the life, and may peace be upon you.
Thank you, my brother, Mr. Qais Said, the representative of the Tunisian Republic, for his words with mentioning the history, our history, and with new visions. And for sure, we are sharing pain that are today, that in Gaza, and we are saying it today for the favor, for honestly, it is a genocide. I wish that the human conscience, the Palestinian people, will win. We wish for a free Palestine. Drones, the genocide, the massacres, our will is always awake in and for Palestine, for the Palestinian people. We cannot. We are saying it honestly, and I believe that all of our African had said the Middle East would not be solved this time. Here and there, it is a waste of time in the Palestinian state. Thank you so much. I give the floor now to His Excellency Niall Francois Kuchapo, the President of Mozambique, our neighboring country.
Excellencies, the President, Head of State present here today, the Ministers, members of the delegation present here, the Head of Delegations present here, the members of the Diplomatic Corps, and posted here in Algiers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like first of all to thank the Excellency, Mr. the President, the Republic of Algeria, my elder brother, for this invitation he made to be here present to participate in this platform, the transform of dream for the African continent. Excellency would like to thank the warm welcoming that was extended to us by the Algerian people, by His Excellency, upon our arrival. I'd like to thank as well all the conditions that have been gathered since our arrival, and we reiterate the fraternity between the Algerian people and from Mozambique, the people from Mozambique, because our fraternity is the one that unifies us as African. Before the independence, our respective countries. This is why we say it again. Would like to say again our thanks to Algeria. We'll continue together as Africans, and in order to reach the freedom, Excellencies, Mozambique, this event is very important because it shows and proves that together, as African people, we are stronger in order to create in Africa an economic power in the framework of this, the African free zone. In our region, we are working so that this dream becomes true, to have free trades, an African free trade zone becomes a reality. By starting the field of transportation, the infrastructure, logistics, considering the geographic position of Mozambique. Now our country is developing a set of projects in a corridor of development with 3 seaports, one in the Ocean Indian, north-south, Maputo Beira in Akala, the Nakaira and Umpula and Maputo corridors. These are corridors of important corridors of logistics for our brothers of the landlocked countries. This is why we're working in order to improve the logistic capacities of our seaports and our roads as well, our railways, and because we believe that all we're talking about can be realized only if we have infrastructures of high-level infrastructures in our continent that will boost our economy, the logistics, and make and transport and trade quicker and speedy in Africa. This is the reason why, Excellencies, we have a vision in order to develop the transport and not only the land road, but air traffic, air roads. I know that most of the people here in this room, in order to reach Algiers, went through Europe, went through other continents in order to, by coming, and when to go back, we should work together in order at the level of the air connections. We don't need to have stopover in Asia or in Africa to come back. It's only through this way that we can develop tourism, trade, and logistics, and develop as well our continent, particularly our respective countries, obviously. Excellencies, as Mozambique, we are working as well to make possible the dream of having borders. We are working with the Afreximbank, with BAD, the African Bank of Development, in order to create common border posts, modern ones, digitalized, that will link Mozambique with South Africa. We're working as well with Zimbabwe in order to have the same model of borders with all the neighboring countries, because we believe that the presence or the existence of borders that are, which is a kind of bureaucracy, make things difficult. The intra-African trade, we have to eliminate all these hurdles, all these barriers, because altogether here we are all brothers, and our borders are artificial ones. They're not real. They are just artificial ones. We have the common communities of people across the borders who have the same language, the same culture, the same names from both sides of the borders. That shows in clear way that as Africans, we need to forget this political administrative division and see the development, economic development, as being an integrated development between African brothers. This is the reason why in Mozambique we are working in the field of energy, and we have many challenges in southern Africa, in power stations in the SADC region that are facing many challenges in the power, and thanks to our resources we have many advantages to have a differentiated and rich energy mix. We're talking about the Zambezi River, where we have an hydroelectric dam that produces energy power for the region. We want to increase the capacity of production of this dam. We want as well to build a second hydroelectric dam with a new project with a capacity of 1,500 megawatts in order to reinforce of the availability of power in the southern region. And we have the gas reserves in the basin of Rujuma in northern Mozambique in order for the production of GNL. Through the gas, we want as well to build new power stations in order to be able to provide LNGs in order it becomes a hub. We have solar energy as well in southern Africa. We have 12 months a year. This is inexhaustible energy and a clean energy, and thanks to our geographic position, we we think to produce electric energy based on eolic stations. This increase of production of energy aims at to regulate the problems of electric energy, and even the sub-region, the southern sub-region of southern Africa. All the problems should be settled. We should have African solutions. This is the reason why we're working together. We think that we should pursue our work in the field of industrialization of our continent. We have a youth that is dynamic, a great number of youth. We're thinking to create jobs for this youth. We need to work for the industrialization of our continent. Well, of development, yes, true, but we should increase the farming agriculture. We have to create plants. Our government now is trying to work for the financing of SMEs, local SMEs. It plays a key role. Without the SMEs that dominate the economy, we don't want to focus in major projects in hydrocarbons such as gas or oil, but we should focus on the diversification of our economy. And this is very important because our experience in Mozambique and in Africa as well shows that the SMEs dynamize the economy and the framework of Mozambique. More than 90% of our economy is made by the SMEs, and most are managed by women and young entrepreneurs, and we should bet on the challenges. This is the active force that we have in order to work. We should as well to make it a great work for women as well, in order to create a program for the development of women, and in order to have more power in the economy, because they are good managers of economy. We want as well to take advantage of this opportunity, excellencies, in order with this privilege, with this honor as well. We want to take advantage to talk about our capacity as a continent. As an example, today or now in Mozambique, in Port Delgado, we are facing a terrorism problem in the zone of this is the place where there is the gas production. In order to succeed in this project and this field, Excellency, I would like to reiterate what has been said before by my brothers, President of Tunisia, the need to be unified as brothers, because there is no development without peace and without security as well. Peace and security are essential parts for the development of our country and our continent as well. This is the reason why we should continue to be solidary, have solidarity, as we have been in the struggle, in liberation struggle, in order to get our national independence in Mozambique. The first 250 guerrilleros for the liberation war have been trained in Algeria, and this is a pride for us. And this is the reason why we'd like to thank the Algerian people and thank the Mr. President Abdelmajid Tebboune and all the countries here, because this example of African challenge and African solutions, this is just an example that Algeria shows for all of us, and the speech of the President Tebboune has showed this. We want peace and development. It's very important to have the union between we Africans and African brothers. This is the reason why we're now to reflect on the construction of infrastructure that will link our different countries and continue to develop the logistic aspects of industry, of tourism between the African countries, and as well to digitalize our economy, everything. This is very important for the development of our countries and our continent. This is the reason why, Excellency, I would like to conclude. I would like to say that we should remain unified and create cohesion, being resilient before the challenges that we face in our struggle and strive again for the realization of this free trade, intra-African free trade. The issue related to the development of the unique borders. This is a key point in order to ease up and to make trade flexible between the different countries. And this is brothers and sisters present here today. I would like to tell you that the future of Africa will be built by ourselves, the Africans. And this is, if we don't do it, the continent will, no one can do it on our behalf or instead of us. This is why together we should do it together and a coherent way and resilient way with much determination, so that Africa becomes a major market, strong, developed, and make possible this dream, make this dream become true. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, my brother Francis, the president of Mozambique. We share all what you've said and mentioned. We have the same will for development, as well as for the intra-African trade. However, when it comes to the Algerian-Mozambique relations, yesterday we've been brothers and mates in the liberation, and today we are still mates when it comes to development, and we will work together for the benefit of both populations, Mozambican and the Algerian. And for other populations, African populations. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I now give the floor to His Excellency, the President of the Presidential Council, Mr. Mohammed Yunus. You have the floor.
Thank you, Excellency, President. Excellent Presidents, the popular Republican, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Government, distinguished guests. At the outset, it's my pleasure to extend my thanks to His Excellency President Abdelmajid Tebboune for the warm welcome and gracious hospitality. Today's reality places us on a decisive stage where the contours of the future of our common generations are being drawn. Libya, which regards Africa as a strategic belonging, shares in both the responsibility and the opportunities that this belonging offers to all of us. So accordingly, Libya's current and future plans do not stem from a narrow outlook, but from an ambitious vision that aims at strengthening the bonds of economic integration through the regional economic communities, such as the Arab Maghreb Union, which my country has the honor to chair, and the community of South Saharan states. Throughout history, Libya has remained an active state, never isolated, a vital cell within the larger African economic body committed to creating shared added value through cooperative strategies in intra-African trade, energy, manufacturing, and logistics services by linking national interests to continental ones. The international highway project connecting Libyan harbors to neighboring landlocked countries, which Libya seeks to implement, it's a clear indicator of the integrative approach my country adopts with its African environment. Likewise, Libya's hydrocarbon resources and its ambitious projects in renewable energy, once completed, will contribute to closing the energy gap across the African continent. The Libyans view these resources, foremost among them energy, not merely as national wealth, but as a strategic pillar in service of the economic security of the entire continent, considering that Libya is an essential component therein. Libyan initiatives are not confined to energy alone. They also encompass investment institutions in Africa across the industrial, agriculture, and financial services sectors, in addition to charitable institutions. Libya's unique geostrategic location qualifies it to be the true northern gateway to the African Continental Free Trade Area, and a natural bridge through which goods, investments, and partnerships can pass, not only between North and South Africa, but between the whole of Africa and Europe. This is a turn necessitates the completion of infrastructure linking the north of the continent to its center, south, and peripheries, as well as the deployment of modern technologies to accelerate trade flows and connect emerging markets within the continent to finance and technology hubs inside and outside Africa. To realize this vision, our financial and investment institutions present in most African states are directing their available resources to enhance growth opportunities across Africa. This requires working together by creating innovative financing mechanisms and strategic partnerships, moving forward toward integrating financing supply chains to ensure food security, energy supply, the smooth flow of goods, and the provision of services, all of which underpin any genuine economic renaissance, as well as support for entrepreneurs and small and medium-sized enterprises. In this regard, we call on the African Union Commission and the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, to hold a technical roundtable with Libyan financial institutions to establish innovative financing mechanisms for cross-border small and medium projects, and to exert additional efforts to complete the procedures for establishing the financial institutions created by the African Union, foremost among them the African Investment Bank, pursuant to the African Union resolution on strengthening and safeguarding African investments. Achieving these major economic ambitions is contingent upon fulfilling a basic condition: political and security stability in Africa. We are fully aware that Africa's stability is the optimal path to achieving collective continental security, economic, political, and otherwise. Africa's economic renaissance will blossom only in the soil of stability, and Libya is fully determined to be part of that stability and a supporter of it. In conclusion, Africa's renaissance is not a slogan we raise, but a historic covenant we make with ourselves and our coming generations. Libya, with all its heritage, history, resources, and will, consider itself as an integral part of Africa's Renaissance project, seizing the opportunity provided by the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement to move toward a future of greater prosperity and dignity. Thank you, Mr. the President. Thank you so much, my brother, Mohammed Yunus, the head of Presidential Council for our Libyan brother country. For sure, he knows his value as a country, as a state. We call for more stability, prosperity in Libya, and our witness. And I call upon this in front of my brother to be, because Libya was always a sovereign party in the African Union, and it will be back. We hope that it will be back sooner. Thank you so much. I give the floor now to our guests, the Prime Minister of Grenada. I give him the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis from the Caribbean, CARICOM. Thank you so much for your kind invitation. Let me, of course, recognize you, Your Excellency, President of this great country, and forgive me for the pronunciation, President Abdelmajid Tebboune, and all other heads of states and governments who are here on this panel with me. Let me, of course, recognize also the others who are representing the AU and the trade organization that we are here discussing this most important issue. I want to recognize also the president of the Afreximbank, President Orama. Your Excellencies, everyone, invited guests. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be here today. I come from the Caribbean, and you would ask, why is the Caribbean included in such a forum? Just to set the history straight, that the Caribbean is part of the 6th region of the African Union, and that is why I'm here. We are part of the diaspora. Just for historical context, we will know that the Caribbean is made up fundamentally of persons of African descent. Hundreds of years ago, there was trade between Africa, the Caribbean, and Europe. And that trade was premised on what we call the triangular Atlantic slave trade. Our peoples from Western Africa fundamentally were carried across the Atlantic to work on plantations in the Caribbean to build wealth, not for us, but to build wealth for others, namely the Europeans. However, we believe that that can be a different history today, because it was trade for others to benefit at our demise that took us from Africa to the Caribbean. We are saying today that instead of looking at that event that harmed us, that we can see hope today and establish what we can call the transatlantic bridge of hope, where we reconnect the Caribbean and Africa through trade for all of our benefits. Just to give you a little background on my own country, St. Kitts and Nevis, which is part of CARICOM, a 15-nation organization. And it's an integration movement, one of the oldest integration movements in the world. I am the incoming chairman for that organization. And we are located, as I said, in the beautiful Caribbean. The Caribbean has always been a fundamental part of Pan-Africanism. Who here does not know about Bob Marley and reggae music? He was a Pan-Africanist. Who here does not know about Marcus Garvey, who was also a Pan-Africanist? And just to give you a backdrop, in 1945, a Pan-Africanist conference was held in London. And the leaders of that were both Africans and Caribbean people. George Padmore, and from Africa, I will just name one, Kwame Nkrumah, That was after the Second World War. And they declared at that meeting in England that Africa must be free. Everybody knows that Nkrumah went back to Ghana and fought for the independence of that great country. And embedded in his cabinet was George Padmore, who was a Caribbean man, an intellectual, who was tasked with helping to set up the Pan-African movement within Nkrumah's government. Again, highlighting the close history between the Caribbean movement for liberation and the African movement for liberation. Hence, my presence here is well bona fide. As a backdrop, I would like to say that recently we have started to establish deeper ties with Africa, as we are the 6th region. Just in a few days, I will be in Addis Ababa, where the African Union and CARICOM will have its first face-to-face summit in its history. There was one in about 2021, which was virtual due to COVID. This is significant. But beyond the historical ties, which are critically important, there are beneficial things to be had as a result of the communication and reestablishment of ties between the African continent and its 6th region. And I want to thank the Afreximbank for really helping to promote this relationship. As a result of that, we have had at least 2 Caribbean African Summit held in the Caribbean, the latest edition being held in Grenada. And at that edition, we saw entrepreneurs, business people, investors from the African continent in the Caribbean seeking for opportunities to increase trade and the relationship. I can say that for my own country, St. Kitts and Nevis, we have had the opportunity to interact with companies from here on the African continent, where we are now pursuing investments from Africa in the Caribbean, because the Caribbean, I would say, has tremendous opportunities, and establishing this relationship of trade would create opportunities for all of us. So let me point out just a few areas where we can build strong relationship. I have been recently in Nigeria and had the opportunity to meet with the president. The president of Nigeria, His Excellency, came to the Caribbean, to St. Lucia, where he met with multiple prime ministers, again seeking to establish a stronger relationship. Since establishing this new relationship with Africa, we are now benefiting from the Open University of Tanzania. We are establishing deeper relationship with vocational studies in Kenya. We are now seeking to establish greater relationships, I would say, in Ghana. And this, of course, I would say is the beginning and not the end. For example, the trade between the Caribbean and Africa is roughly 1% or less. That is a very, very small percentage. You might look at that and say, why is it important? When I look at a small number like that, I see hope. There is a silver lining. There's only one place that trade can go. It cannot go down anymore. It is an opportunity to go up. Hence, we should establish this deeper relationship. And so let me point out a few areas where there are opportunities to invest in the Caribbean. In technology, emerging technology, in agricultural products, in renewable energy. The Caribbean has geothermal energy. Kenya is very good at geothermal energy. We have sun, we have wind. Our potential is vast when it comes to the energy space. Tourism is a critical part of the Caribbean financial architecture. But there are no flights that go from Africa directly to the Caribbean. To go from the Caribbean to Africa, you have to go north to come back south. And it takes sometimes 2 to 3 days. However, in the Caribbean, we have direct flights from Europe and various cities within North America. And believe it or not, it is a shorter trip for me to travel from St. Kitts and Nevis to this great country than it is for me to travel from my country to London. Yet I have direct flights from my country to London and no direct flights from my country to the African continent. Therefore, there's great opportunity for growth in the tourism sector, with Africa having over 1 billion people and the Caribbean being a premier area for tourism. Therefore, there are opportunities for this to grow. I want to also speak about in the creative industry. We know that there are great persons from this continent in that industry, but look at the Caribbean. Though we might be relatively small, we have certainly punched above our weight in the creative space. Reggae music, Bob Marley, everybody knows that. We also know, coming from the Caribbean, the steel pan, which is the only instrument that was invented in the 20th century. So it means, therefore, that there's so much room for growth even when it comes to the creatives. In healthcare, in sports, what I'm basically saying is that there are opportunities in every sphere of our development, because our trade today only represents 1% with Africa, and with global Africa, that will only go up. And so as I wrap up today, I want to bring a message from the Caribbean, that we are much integrated and we are much interested in bringing a greater relationship with Africa as the continent and its 6th region. This will help us to create opportunities for our people and to rewrite a history, but a history not written by them, but a history written by us, for us, by us, for our own interests. And I will finally wrap up by saying, there are a few quotes that I heard today, and one of them came from the president, and he said that the African population is a youthful population. While other regions are aging, Africa is blooming. That is a great opportunity that we should take advantage of. I listened also to President Orama, and he quoted a great African leader, and he said, political power without economic power is glorified servitude. Those words are tremendous. And I listened to the deputy of the African Union when she said, if we don't trust ourselves, in a sense, then we can't expect others to trust us. And my final quote as I make a call to action, that the train of the African upliftment and movement is moving. And I ask all of us to join it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President, Prime Minister. And we really value this this important forum. This is a new point to address the to tackle. I would like to extend my thanks for your. I thank you for being here, the country of Caribbean. I would also I wish for you success in negotiations with the African Union. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Mr. the President, Vice President of Kenya, Mr. Vituf.
The President of Algeria, heads of state and government present, heads of delegation, the leadership of the African Union, Afreximbank, and the African Continental Free Trade Area, captains of industry, distinguished participants. This is Africa's century. And it is Africa's century because the two aspirations we have always struggled to achieve will be achieved in this century. The one is to make the African citizen empowered and free from fear. Therefore, the challenges around security and the fear from harm, whatever the source of that harm, that freedom will be achieved this century. And it's upon the Pan-African institutions to seize the moment of the century and liberate Africa and empower the African citizen from fear. Liberate the African citizen from fear. Secondly, the aspiration we have always had to empower the African citizen and liberate them from want, deprivation, poverty. Therefore, this gathering, excellencies and dear participants, is extremely important because trade is the route that will take us, especially to achieve the second aspiration of driving poverty and want from Africa and empowering the African, because it doesn't matter how much political space we create. It doesn't matter the extent of the political liberties we achieve, and I'm not trying to underestimate the need for political liberties. I'm just echoing what those who have spoken before me have said, that political liberty without economic liberty is futile. In Kenya, we look at trade within Africa as extremely important, and therefore we are investing in infrastructure, in the digital superhighway, and also investing in modernizing our financial services to facilitate trade. Just to highlight, we just put up a new port north of Mombasa, the Lamu port, and with it, we are also putting up a corridor that will join Kenya, Ethiopia, and South Sudan. That corridor is known as LAPSET, Lamu Port, South Sudan and Ethiopia Transport Corridor. It is being constructed, the road, but also the other utilities, including internet connectivity, oil pipeline, and possibly in the future, a railway line along one corridor. We've also started building a modern railway, standard gauge railway from Mombasa. We've done it up to Nairobi. We're now extending it to our border with Uganda, and we are negotiating with Uganda to take that railway forward into DR Congo. That railway eventually is envisaged to connect the Indian Ocean port of Mombasa with the West African coast. We are also part of the Northern Corridor Transit, the road from Cape to Cairo, which passes through Kenya, and we've done a bit of work around that. We are also setting up modern one-stop border stops, one-stop border points to make sure that we facilitate trade where officials across our neighboring countries can all be together, whether it's immigration, port health, or whatever border control officials that are there. They share one facility and they facilitate movement of goods and people for trade. So we've done a bit of a few facilities, one stop border points with our border with Kenya, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and we hope to do some with South Sudan and eventually with Somalia, which is now part of the East African community. We are investing in increasing our internet connectivity, and 2 years ago we started an ambitious program of adding 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic. We've done 24,000, slightly behind schedule. We want to do another 75,000 within the next 2.5 years. Because a modern railway, modern roads, modern internet connectivity will ease the movement of people and goods, but also will facilitate trade and ensure that trade is facilitated. And the other thing that we are doing, Excellencies, is modernizing our financial institutions. We have 1 or 2 financial institutions that have become good brands, because our good financial institutions will support trade, not just within the country, but in the region. We have a very robust digitization program, and we have a few innovations in fintech, especially on mobile money transfer, transferring money and making payments, including business transaction payments, by transferring money using the mobile phone. And we hope this will assist, even as the African Continental Free Trade Area, Afreximbank, and everyone in this space is working towards actualization and perfection of the Pan-African payment system, so that you can have real-time settlements using local currencies, hopefully, and that system is as verifiable as it can be. Your Excellency, going forward, we must work more on coordination so that we know what is happening under the Maghreb Union, ECOWAS, SADC, COMESA, East African Community, and the sub-regional economic integration blocks should help us coordinate, of course, through the mechanism provided by the African Union in Addis Ababa. So coordination is important. The second thing which is important is partnerships. With shrinking spaces for many of our nations to raise more revenue through taxation, with shrinking spaces for debt, including foreign debt, we must come with innovative ways of mobilizing resources for trade facilitation, for infrastructure, for logistics, and for digitization. And one area which has worked for us in Kenya is the public-private partnerships to fund roads, energy, and other infrastructure projects which are key to facilitate trade. So other than coordination, the next issue is on partnerships. And I'm sure going forward, we're going to have a bit of more private money, private sector money in providing public sector services, and the dichotomy between the public and the private sector is going to be increasingly smaller, so that private money can be invested to offer public services, because the space for the public sector to raise revenue is shrinking. Finally, Your Excellency, going forward, for us to realize inclusive growth and prosperity, I want to join in those who suggest that going forward, there must be a deliberate program, as we are trying to do in Kenya, to include the participation of women and young people so that you can have prosperity that is not only shared, but is also inclusive across generations, gender, and regions. This is Africa's centuries. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا لدولة نائب رئيس كينيا على تدخله وعلى الآفاق المسطرة في الاندماج الإفريقي بالأخص المنشآت القاعدية والتبادلات بين كينيا جمهورية كينيا والمحيط
Je vous remercie. I thank you for your speech. Thank you so much for your intervention. And now I give the floor to Ma'am, the Vice President Mitbun. You have the floor.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, His Excellency, for giving me the floor. As I said, I'm the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Lucia Batboy. Excellencies, heads of states and government, distinguished delegates, partners and friends, I am pleased to join you here in Algiers for this important conversation on Africa's economic future under the African Continental Free Trade Area. I commend our host country, Algeria, and the African Union for organizing this gathering at a time when Africa must act decisively to industrialize, trade more with itself, and take ownership of its development. Namibia is proud to be among the early movers under the African Continental Free Trade Area. On the 30th of June 2025, we launched our first shipment within the framework of the agreement, exporting 45,000 tons of salt to Nigeria and Cameroon. This marked not only a milestone for Namibia, but a meaningful step towards realizing the promise of continental trade. On the sustainable management of natural resources, Namibia believes that our continent's vast wealth should be harnessed responsibly for the benefit of present and our future generations. One of our successes has been the community-based natural resource management program, where rural communities are given rights over wildlife and tourism. This has reduced poaching, restored species such as elephants and rhinos, and generated income and jobs through ecotourism and conservation enterprises. In the fishing sector, Namibia has worked to safeguard marine resources through strict quota management and by promoting local processing to create jobs and retain value at home. Similarly, in mining, we have moved beyond exporting raw materials by expanding diamond cutting and polishing locally, ensuring greater benefits for our people. We continue to learn more from our neighbor Botswana in this area. Looking ahead, Namibia is investing in renewable energy and green hydrogen as a new frontier for sustainable development, reinforcing our commitment to balancing growth with conservation. On strengthening regional value chains, we see this as a critical step towards reducing Africa's dependency on external markets. By working together more closely within Southern Africa, we can develop regional value chains in areas such as mining, agriculture, and energy. This will require coordinated investment in infrastructure, logistics, and trade facilitation. Namibia, through the Walvis Bay port and its transport corridors, offers a strategic gateway for regional trade, and we are committed to advancing partnerships that enhance connectivity and unlock value across our borders. On the opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area, Namibia views this initiative as a game changer. By creating the largest single market in the world, the African Continental Free Trade Area has the potential to unlock Africa's industrial capacity, particularly for small and medium enterprises, women-led businesses, and youth entrepreneurs. To fully benefit, however, we must continue to address non-tariff barriers, harmonize standards, and ensure that the rules of origin motivates manufacturing and value addition within Africa. For Namibia, industrialization through the African Continental Free Trade Area means moving beyond an exporter of raw materials. It means promoting value addition to our minerals and agricultural products. It also means embracing renewable energy, especially green hydrogen, as a new frontier for sustainable industrialization that will benefit not only Namibia, but the wider region. In conclusion, Excellencies, Namibia stands ready to work with the entire continent to ensure that our natural resources are managed sustainably, our regional value chains are strengthened, and the African Continental Free Trade Area becomes a vehicle for shared prosperity. But for Africa to truly harness the full potential of this agreement, we must go beyond trading raw materials. The future we envision is the one where our raw materials will be processed in our factories, create African jobs, and generate African wealth. Together, we can transform Africa into a globally competitive industrial hub that delivers inclusive growth and development for all its people. I thank you.
شكرا جزيلا لدولة نائبة رئيس جمهورية ناميبيا ونحن معكم.
So I agree with you all the points that you put forward, and will aspire together to shorten the distance between the geographic and the economic distance existing between the two countries. And thank you once again. Thank you. I give the floor now to the Prime Minister of Burundi, Mr. Nezha Mitau.
Thank you, Your Excellency, President of Republic of Algeria, Democratic and Popular, Mr. the President of the Algerian Popular Democratic State, Excellencies, Head of State and Government, Your Excellencies, I would like to express Mr. the President of the Presidential Council of IATF, Mr. President of Afreximbank, distinguished guests, protocol, ladies and gentlemen. With profound gratitude, I would like to express my gratitude for the government, for their leadership, General President of Republican Burundi, in this aspect, in the aspect of organization of the IATF 2025, for the Algerian government for African countries. I would like to my gratitude to the Algerian government for the hospitality and fraternity that we have witnessed, for the African solidarity between us. The Fair Intra-African is a platform in order to enhance collaboration in our dear continent Africa, in order to find solutions adapted to problematic, urgent ones that we face in Africa generally. Burundi has for objective peace and prosperity, and is engaged in this integration dynamic African one. Our ambition is clear: to valorize our product, stimulate our exportation, and to give new opportunities, just ones, and with our sisters and brothers in Africa. We are here today in Algiers with a number of our entrepreneurs, transformators, in order to expose capacity and to go beyond prosperity in Africa. Burundi's coffee, tea are witnessing to transform for us and for the world, for the whole world. Coffee and tea maintains and maybe to taste it in the coming days in the exposition of 4 days. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, President, ladies and gentlemen, in the sector of transport, the Burundi government has for project is to develop the rails in Tanzania, going to Tanzania, as well as Republic of Kindu, Democratical Congo, and to pass by Burundi, to contribute in the African integration. Burundi presents opportunities thanks to its position, geographical, and its belonging, its appearance in Africa for trade, and foremost, Burundi represents major opportunities for investments that are related to rich sectors, gold, phosphate, and others. Burundi has paved the way for research and for more to conclude more contracts. Burundi is known for its diversity and nature, for earth, for animal resources as well. You can explore investment opportunities in mountains, maritime sector, in Nagara as well as Moheha and Montais are favorable in camping, without forgetting the sources in Burundi. I would like also to inform you that our republic has a certain legal aspect for investments, framing laws that offers advantages in schools for investments in a certain priority, facilitators of support, logistics, manufacturing, tourism, and other domains of investments to explore to take advantage. We have resources for many organizations for power. Before concluding, let me thank you for your efficiency within the transformation vision in Africa for more prosperity, integration. Your engagement, Your Excellency, I would like to wish success together, making the trade and economical sides and dignity for our population. With cooperation and the Trade Fair 2025. I would like to thank you, Mr. the President. Thank you so much. Thank you, the government and the Prime Minister of Republic of Burundi, His Excellency, respected Nestor, and I wish that new law for investment that I have set would have some attraction, especially in African countries. By that, the conjugation of African efforts, and we are ready as a state of Algeria to have a committee, a supreme committee, in order to tackle all of the objectives as an interior development for Africa. Thank you so much.
وفي ختام تدخلات
And to conclude with our intervention, that we made sure we tackled the huge energies and the solid will to each of you to conclude them in this process. And in conclusion, I would like to give the floor to our combatant that have led and has served silently and has been efficient with our president. And I'm saying, President Yusufu, I give the floor to you, Mr. the President. Thank you.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, my President. Mr. President, with your permission, I'd like to greet you first and greet your leadership first, which is transforming Algeria into, which is today the third economic power in Africa. Algeria, as a few years ago, was considered as the Mecca of the national liberation movement. Today is one of the pivot, is for integration and economic emancipation of our continent. Mr. President, I had the honor and the chance and the lie to be among the head of states who adopted in 2013 the Agenda 2063 at that time. In 2013, we asked the following questions. What will be Africa in 2063 when we'll celebrate the first centenary of the creation of the OUA? The answer is to this question then is in the Agenda 2063 is Africa that we want. The answer is that we should Africa be a unified continent. Africa should be peaceful, in peace. Africa should be a prosperous continent. Africa should be managed by its own children, by its own Africans. It should be a force in the concert of nations. And here, what interests us most is the prosperity, welfare. This is the topic, development, power, the economy in Africa. Well, in fact, in this Agenda 2063, the objective that we set is by 2063 to the maximum, the average, the mean average, well, the GDP will be around 75%, the average income of 75% of the European mean or average income. So we determined the growth rate for 50 years in order to reach this level. And to reach this rate, we need a growth rate of 7%. 50 years. This is the idea of the Agenda 2063. 70% of growth rate suppose that there will be a demographic 2% economic growth of 5%. This growth should be fostered by two things. First is the investment, And the second is trade. Investment and trade. The is a 7% growth rate, 7% during 50 months. There are prerequisites, by the way. We should have a governance, peace, security, so on and so forth. Agenda 2063 is based on 4 pillars: governance, security, development, and obviously to finance all that we need to mobilize resources. Unfortunately, if we have to make a stock taking of the first decade, 2013, 2023, for the implementation, we haven't realized this objective of 7% of growth rate. We have realized only 3% of the growth rate, and we are far behind the objective. And today, if we should create the conditions, despite all, to reach this objective of 7%, we need between 2025 and 2063 a growth rate of 10%, not 7%. We have to do more. Why this counter performance? Because counter performance, the growth rate should be boosted by the investment and trade, because we haven't sufficiently invested in the human capital, haven't invested in the infrastructure, and many talked about energy infrastructure. Africa should have the energy it needs, and with low cost, because the average kilowatt is 14 cents of a dollar. Our Asians is 3 centimes or 4 centimes of a dollar. We have huge sources of energy. We talked about hydroelectricity earlier. Today, 10% of the potential hydroelectric of the country, and is and cheap energy. This energy we haven't much in the railway. We planned a network with a high speed that will link African continent, capitals, and the economic centers, but we haven't realized that, and we haven't invested enough in roads and airports. We haven't sufficiently invested in seaports. We haven't invested in farming, agriculture. And Africa has 60% of arable lands that have been and in 2025 will import 110 billion of cereals. It's not imaginable. You should invest more in farming. We haven't invested much in value chains in order to make an end to the statutes, as Africa is a reserve of raw material. There is a legal exchange. If there is a exchange between the one exports with an added value and the other that exports the products with a weak level, is the one that the one who exports with a weak added value will become poor, is impoverished. So this impoverishes Africa. We should invest then in the chain values, value chain, and this is what now this intra-African zone. So investment and trade are the two. All the projects that we've planned so far should be coherent, and with the African Free Trade Zone and the projects, development of industrialization and the development, all that goes together. And the peace and security, because peace and security, we cannot do trade, we can do nothing. It should go together with the Inter-African Free Trade, is the the flagship project, if the projects have been advanced at the same rhythm of such as the intra-trade, the free trade would have reached a higher free trade or growth rate. The trade can enrich, it can impoverish as well. A country that exports, becomes richer, but one imports is impoverished. So it's important that we develop the intra-African trade, and this is the objectives and the intra-African free trade zone. 15% of intra-African is insufficient. It has been recalled. In Europe is 60%. It has been said because we are just reached 15%. It's normal that we impoverish ourselves. We should focus on the intra-African trade. This is the objective of the free zone. A lot has been done for the last years, and we have to thank Secretary General Wiliki and Mr. Durama and Afreximbank. All the players should be mobilized in order to, in general, the Agenda 2063, but in particular the intra-African free trade zone. We should mobilize states and should mobilize them more. We should mobilize the private sector as well. We should mobilize the women and the youth. We should mobilize the civil society. We should mobilize the universities, because what surprised me, there are many university academicians, they're not aware of the Agenda 2063. So the state should give the example. There are some questions on which issues on which where the advocacy about this issue. The first question is the signature of the and ratification. So far, we have 14 countries. 80% of countries have signed. 89 who have ratified. We have to commend these countries and invite those who haven't done it to do it. We have other points. We should push things ahead. The free zone is the issue of finalizing the list of the consensus that we should reach. And the origin, the source concerning the textile, there will be a meeting of the trade ministers. The ministers should get instructions that it has an agreement of automobile and textile. We have as well other points such as finalization of the list of specific commitment concerning services. We have points related to the chain values, the prior to for the free zone in the field of pharmaceuticals, in the field of automobiles, textile, in the field of the and so on and so forth. I don't have all the fields in head. Let's make a call for the states launch so that the maximum of states adhere to the PACS, to the system, Pan-African system of payment and settlement system with local money, which is a secured system, which is a system less costly than the existing one, that reduces the dependence on the external, on foreign countries. There are many wish the support of head of states. They give instructions for their ministers so that all these points that I just pointed out, they are not. It's not exhaustive. We can move ahead because we are lagging behind. The free zone should push the other so that we catch up the delay of the first decade, 2013. We are in the second decade of the Agenda 2063. This 2063, we should not miss this the next decade, because the remaining time We need a growth rate of 10%. It's not easy. We should tighten the belt in order to realize objectives. Behind all that, well, there's the financing as well. And we should mobilize the resources, should mobilize the internal, the domestic. Unfortunately, I noticed that the capacity of the state is such the countries have difficulties to raise tax, and the rate is only 16% compared to the average of the OCDE of 80%. There are some countries that raise 10% of the GDP. It's not. They should have more mobilization of internal domestic in order to finance all the projects that I referred to. Obviously, this is not enough. This is why we should fight for the reform of the international financial architecture. This international is unfair. Mr. Taboun referred to reform the IMF. The IMF that when the resources that not distributed excessive 50% of 80% of the opening of the markets and 10% and 5% for the reserves. It should be reformed. We should be more weight to the index of poverty. And the same as well for the notation agencies that are considering their unfaulty oracle. They impose their decisions sometimes that are unfavorable for the poor countries by overestimating the interest rates and the poverty. These oracles unfaulty the notation, all the economic crisis have never planned. If they make it forecast, they could have forecasted this financial crisis. So this is what I wanted to say, Mr. President. I would like. I think that the future is radius for Africa, even with if. The road is tough and rough, and there are many challenges. We should, with the free trade zone and other projects, and the forecast of 2063, Africa will be the economic power of the next century.
Thank you so much, my brother, for the president, the former president of Niger, which he's also a great militant that had always worked in defense of Africa and the free trade area in Africa. I personally, whenever I receive him, I seize the chance to get to know Africa more through him. I thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. the President, and I wish you a good return, and to tell our friends and brothers in Niger our will and our gratefulness for them. Thank you so much. Mr. the President, ladies and gentlemen, the heads of states and members of delegations, in this fourth edition, you have worked in this round table with the presence of our guests. We are grateful for you, grateful for your speeches, visions, economic ones, scientific, and also practical ones, and they all have the same aim, is the one of having one Africa, a new Africa, united Africa with cooperation and integrated economy. We thank you, ladies and gentlemen, heads of states, for your speeches. If you allow me, Mr. the President, to conclude this session. So together we decide to do it.
تظل الجلسة مرفوعة. شكرا.
We are honored. We thank you and we ask you to take your seats because we still have our activities going on. Ladies and gentlemen, heads of states, excellencies,
Presidents, heads of state, thanking you for this interactivity. The activity is still passing. تتواصل الفعاليات.
the activities continue. Mr. the President of Tunisia, Qais Said, we welcome you.
الوزير الأول البورندي.
Prime Minister of Burundi.
أهلا وسهلا.
You are welcome.
تتفضل السيدة.
The Vice President of Namibia, the President of Mozambique.
تفضل.
Mr. the Prime Minister of Kenya, the head of the President's Council of Libya. We are having the 4th edition of the AITF.
حيث علمنا من خلال
We learned through this session, through your speeches, the speech of Mr. Swenju, Nigeria will be the next host of the upcoming session of this event.
بعد تنشيط هذه الجلسة التفاعلية.
After having this session about the free trade zone in Africa, we, by the heads of countries and delegations of this event, the activities of this session will proceed of this opening ceremony, and that is in the frame of the 4th session of the IATF here in Algiers from the 4th to the 10th of September of 2025. The speakers have tackled the founding fathers,
the old fathers who was unifying the African Union and its institutions. تحدثوا عن
They spoke about the African Union and the institutions that were created.
أن يعتز بهذا الانتماء إلى إفريقيا وأن يعتز بما كان من تاريخ وحاضر وطنه ومن رؤية استشرافية.
For his country in an African horizon, one Africa, unified Africa, Africa first.
فيما يلي أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي الحضور الأكارم ونحن نحتفي بهذه.
So we are celebrating the 4th edition in the SAFEX that will be held in Algeria. We are following with you the screening of a video about Algeria's interests, the independence Algeria with the African question in its past, and nowadays and in the future, through screening a video about the former combatant Houari Boumediene, the former president of Algeria. And the steps lead us to the unity, the African unity. There is a condition, and that condition has to be to liberate the economy of Africa, and the economy of it remained as long as it's still related to the is a danger. This is a barrier that render these relations to develop, and yeah, you are seeing it today. In order to get transport from one city to another, it has to pass through Paris or an European city. There is the African Union Community organization tried to play its role not according to the dangerous problems, but according to some political issues that has approximately we are trying to create relations of cooperation, genuine ones, in many domains, pivotal ones, and when we are
رحم الله الرجال ممن مضوا
trip to the men that are following the path. We're going through now a video about Algeria that is holding the 4th edition of the Intra-African Trade. Ladies and gentlemen.
Now, a movie about Algeria, prepared by the Algerian Agency for Promoting Investment.
Algeria, a vibrant heart on the shores of the Mediterranean, a natural gateway into the depths of Africa. A land where the echoes of ancient civilizations meet the dynamism of innovation and modern openness. A country of vast deserts, majestic mountains, verdant forests, and a shimmering sea, blending seamlessly into a breathtaking natural canvas, while its cities pulse with life, culture, art, creativity, and civility. An economy moving forward with confidence, opening wide horizons for trade and investment, driven by a clear vision and strong political will. Algeria is not just a destination, but a unique experience, a leading regional hub shaping the future, connecting north and south through lasting mutually beneficial partnerships and a steadfast commitment to building new bridges. From a strategic position spanning more than 2 million square kilometers, where domestic distances can exceed international travel, Algeria embraces the white shores of the Mediterranean and extends naturally into the heart of Africa, standing tall at the crossroads of global trade and economic flows. It is the story of a great nation and a proud people whose heroic struggle for independence through one of the most remarkable liberation revolutions in modern history remains an inspiration to the world, marked by the sacrifice of more than 1.5 million martyrs. From north to south and east to west, Algeria offers striking geographic diversity, a mild climate, unique natural beauty, immense water, mineral, organic, and forest resources, a rich cultural heritage preserved by the diverse communities of Algeria. Beni Mzgana, Beni Snus, Shamba, Kabil, Mozabit, Oled Nael, Oled Sidi Sheikh, Shawi, Tuareg, each a guardian of traditions and authenticity. Within this harmony shine exceptional tourist treasures. Tassili Najer, the Kasbah, Timgad, the Mzab Valley, Tonga, Shilia, Kolo, destinations that hold memory and history, blending heritage and nature in unforgettable unity. Algeria today, an unprecedented path of political and economic reform, a legal framework that combines stability with investor confidence, a decisive shift towards diversifying non-hydrocarbon exports, wide-ranging opportunities for productive investment and balanced regional partnerships. Thanks to its political stability, strong sovereign institutions, and clear economic vision, Algeria today stands as a premier destination for foreign investment, with a strong reform-driven political will, committed to enhancing Algeria's political and economic role regionally and globally. The country opens promising horizons for partners worldwide, especially across Africa, on a true win-win basis. Algeria relies on a solid legislative foundation that creates an attractive business climate and enables successful investments in this land of abundant opportunities. It is also endowed with modern infrastructure and world-class facilities, making it one of the most appealing destinations in the Maghreb and Africa. Modern airports and ports, luxury hotels, and state-of-the-art conference centers. Algeria offers exceptional diversity across high-potential sectors. Renewable energy, a leader in solar potential, among the sunniest countries in the world, with vast opportunities in solar, wind, biomass, and hydrogen energy. Agriculture, a key economic pillar undergoing an exceptional revival, with immense opportunities for investment in diverse agricultural production, backed by a strong base for agri-food industries. Tourism, sun, sea, desert, and a rich natural heritage awaiting greater investment. Industry, a major driver of economic growth, now in a phase of rapid expansion and vertical integration. Digitalization, transforming public services and the business environment, facilitating access to information and enhancing investment management. Mining, vast proven reserves from the most in-demand minerals to rare stones and gems. Services, a fundamental backbone supporting Algeria's dynamic economic momentum. Algeria continues to consolidate its role as a key player in advancing international cooperation and regional integration in Africa. Through constant engagement with its regional environment, Algeria strengthens its position as a strategic bridge between the economies of the North and the South, a founding member of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and an active player in African and Euro-Mediterranean partnerships. Algeria is committed to being a leading platform for productive investments targeting regional markets. At the heart of this continental dynamic, Algeria shines as a driving force of African economic diplomacy, carrying a development vision founded on solidarity, sustainability, and genuine integration among the peoples of the continent. Algeria, where vision meets opportunity and ambition becomes reality. Amid rapid political and economic transformation, Algeria stands as a beacon of stability, placing Africa at the center of its partnerships, strategic choices, and highest priorities. Its unwavering political will for cooperation, partnership, and deeper African integration is not just an option. It is the natural extension of historic bonds, deep roots, and shared civilizational heritage that unite Algeria with its mother continent. Algeria, Africa. An ancient history, a profound belonging, a solid economy.
نصل إلى الفقرة الختامية لهذه الجلسة الافتتاحية الاحتفائية بطبعة الرابعة لمعرض التجارة البينية الإفريقية المنعقد
African concluded in Algiers on from 4th to 10th September in 2025. We're having as follows a cultural screening for African variation. I invite the poet Adila from Nigeria of Intra-African Trade Fair.
We are the authors of our own Avengers. This is where Wakanda never dies, never surrenders. We're not Alex from Madagascar. We don't just move it. We build from scratch and take things farther, beyond our global hemisphere. The sun and the entire galaxies wait for, beck and call. Who knew the sun needed saving until Africa brought the heat? Why marketplace of dreams, where drums become deals and borders become bridges. This is where culture is currency and we sell it seasoned like kilishi. There is a talking drum that refuses to stop talking. And Africa is the boiling point that won't stop bubbling. People of the soil where they drip harder than oil, be it on a court or on our land. We become thousands of Omolua beings who refuse to cower. Bend us, we still refuse to bow. We're able to shape-shift better than mystic. Become the thunder that will stop the mighty Thor. We quiet every noise in the Atlantic. This is where trade meets true change. Where a deal signed in this room can feed nations. And as Africans, it's not just about profit margins or balance sheets. It's about impact. It's about answering a need so deep that when you move, an entire community rises as if it was to the batter drum. It's about choosing to build. So generations yet unborn will know you once stood here and chose not yourselves alone, but all of us. And to our investors, partners, what you hold in your hand is not just capital, it is possibility. Every dollar, every deal, every decision made here is a seed. And when seed falls on African soil, it does not grow small. It's big Africa, not the little one. You've partnered with us. You've forged possibilities, laid the foundation of a continent's growth. You've given us more than a name, where 55 voices become one. All of this is proof that when Africa invests in Africa, guess who wins? Africa. But stay with me. They say Africa is risk. Interesting. But stay with me. You mean Lagos, where fintech rises before the sun? Or Joburg, where Charles LeBron the land walk? Or Algeria, where excellence break the rules? Risk? No. This is return. Return on belief. On the girl in Enugu sketching dreams with charcoal. On the boy in Soweto coding futures from a shared laptop. And a Nigerian musician making dreams from a borrowed laptop. On the market woman in Kumasi who knows profit without spreadsheets. On justice. For once. We know how to build with bruises. Remix scarcity into rhythm. We stretch coins into companies. Our sweat, blood, and bodies. We take what the world throws away and say, not so fast, Abiku. We reinvent. You still don't get it. This is not aid. This is alignment. You don't donate to us. You partner, or you get left behind. Because the continent moves quietly, powerfully, unapologetically. So your hesitation is your loss. Because what we call hustle, you call innovation 20 years later. We're not waiting for green lights. We're building roads on red. We're not fragile. We're anti-fragile. Our wounds became weapons. Our delays became data. Our waiting made us wise. Africa doesn't need your charity. Africa is your clarity. On where the future breathes. On where the world resets. On where value multiplies like cassava after rain. So if you fear risk, don't come. But if you're looking for a return, on imagination, on resilience, on tomorrow, Welcome. Welcome to Africa.
Thank you to Adila the poet and their band from Nigeria, especially.
Adila Quake and the dancers from Adila dancing team came in from Nigeria.
And I welcome the popular arts band for culture in a show. You have the stage for the National Office of Culture, Algerian Culture, with a show that includes music, performance, and calligraphy.
نرجع ما يخلونيش ونحب نرجع ما يخلونيش
والصحراء هي الصحراء والواحة زادت فخرة والصحراء هي الصحراء زادت فخرة دم
الهايل لما القد والزين الهايل يا وعندي خويا في ولاد نايل لما القد والزين الهايل لا تسول ثم على خصايل لا تسول ثم على خصايل ثم المنبع ثم تعيش ثم المنبع ثم تعيش
إلهنا إلهنا اللي نعيش إلهنا إلهنا اللي نعيش إلهنا إلهنا اللي نعيش إلهنا إلهنا اللي نعيش غيرك يا بلادي يا بلادي يا بلادي ما عنديش غيرك يا بلادي يا بلادي يا بلادي ما عنديش غيرك يا بلادي يا بلادي يا بلادي ما عنديش غيرك يا بلادي يا بلادي يا بلادي ما عنديش غيرك يا بلادي يا بلادي يا بلادي ما عنديش غيرك يا بلادي يا بلادي يا بلادي ما عنديش غيرك يا بلادي يا بلادي يا بلادي.
الشكر.
I thank the artists of the band. Followed
آخر لفرقة أديلا دانس من نيجيريا.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen present, we reach the conclusion, the end of the opening ceremony of the IATF in its 4th edition in 2025. We thank you all for being present and for supporting our event. We ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to stay in your seats in a moment while the president gets to leave the room. So the activities will continue as the Day of Algeria.
سيدات والسادة الحضور،
The Day of Algeria. And it's the first day of the activities of the 4th edition of AITF.
B2B touch.